Alrighty. Just getting everything set up here real quick before we get started. Alright, there we go. So, we're going to be doing Isla Sorna, Site B today. We're going to be doing it on Jurassic difficulty. Yesterday's stream, people decided that we should just go right straight into it on Jurassic difficulty, so that's what we're going to do. So we're going to take a look here. It's showing tour area, photo rewards high, so I'm guessing that there's going to be something with that. We're going to need to take pictures or whatever. Storm risk severe, disease risk severe, staff salary extreme. So that's pretty standard for Jurassic. So let's go ahead and jump right in here, and yeah, let's see what we got. New park is restricted on how built up it can be. Making use of the park tour should create a great, well, great something. Opportunity to show the dinosaurs. Didn't get to read it the rest of the way. That's alright. We'll figure it out. So it sounds like we're going to have a park that's already somewhat built, and we're just going to have to kind of build it up from there. And that we're not going to be able to build too much. We're just going to have to use this tour and whatnot.
As if we didn't have enough complications already.
Okay,
Isla
tour
Sorna
area.
is a house divided. Well, an island, but I think you get where I'm coming from. There are going to be areas that are off limits for construction, so you'll need to be clever when choosing where to build. We're here to establish a prehistoric safari park, where guided tours will take our guests through a beautiful, natural dinosaur environment. Challenging? Yes, but I think you should be able to manage it.
Okay. So now we can pause it and start to get stuff going. So it looks like we will eventually be able to expand out. Let's see what dinosaurs we start with. So we start with Struthy. We don't have enough skill for these, so we're gonna have to hire more scientists. Just kind of taking a look here at the dinosaurs we have available. Doesn't look like anything too crazy. Why do we not have a Spinosaurus available? This is Jurassic Park 3. There should be a Spinosaurus on here. Yeah, whatever, I guess. Let's take a look here. So obviously we're going to need our normal management stuff. The people are coming in here and they're immediately going into the tour. So we're also going to need power, which is like one of the most important things. Small power station. Let's see if we can research this. We don't have enough skill. So clearly the first thing we need to do is get some more scientists. So let's take a look here. That guy's a welfare specialist, a genetic specialist, who reduces the cost of incubation by 30%. That could be useful. Her skills aren't super high, but having that 30% reduction in cost is nice to have. So let's get her. And then we need somebody that's a little bit better in logistics if we can. Reduces the cost of expeditions by 30%, so that'll be nice to have. And she has a little bit better logistics too. So now we should be able to research some stuff here. We need an operational science center because apparently we don't have one of those yet. So let's get a science center built. Can throw that back here in this corner. It looks like it fits almost perfectly, so. We'll get that connected. And then we know at minimum we're going to need like a emergency bunker We're going to need a hotel. And we're going to need a restroom. This might be better suited to go here, but we'll see. Guess we could put the shops on this side actually. And then I guess if we're going to have to use this tour, what we can do is we can always just edit the route for this tour. I'm kind of watching that bar down there. Yeah, so we're automatically going to expand this park after a period of time, it looks like. Looks like our science center is finished, so we can go ahead and research. We need to get some power. And it looks like we had just enough. There we go. Hey, TSG. I'm doing all right. How are you doing? Just kind of letting this go. It's still a little early, so I'm still still trying to wake up. But I knew I needed to get this started early because this is going to be potentially a fairly long playthrough. So had to force myself to get started early. All right, we got good restroom coverage. We got good shelter coverage. Good accommodation rating. Almost didn't even think about the fact that the dinosaurs might not have what they need. There we go. So those guys are good. You're questioning the space of this map right now? Oh yeah? No, this is Jurassic difficulty. You mean the current unlocked areas? Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Do you mean like is it just not enough? Is it not enough space, or is it too much space? What do you mean by the space issue? Not buildable in the tour area. Huh. Yeah, it's going to be interesting putting carnivores in here because if you can't keep the herbivores and the carnivores separate with fences. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this ends up playing out later if we start getting carnivores. All right, we need to power everything. That should power pretty much all of that. That should power pretty much all of that. Need a monorail later on. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. You gave up on Jurassic difficulty? Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it ends up turning out here. We'll see what kind of strategies we can come up with. People voted yesterday for us to just go right straight into Jurassic. I was going to do it on medium and then go into Jurassic once I had a game plan, but everybody wants to see me just do Jurassic, so we'll just jump right in here on Jurassic and just kind of figure it out on the fly. Right now, what I'm doing is I'm just getting the basics of the park set up, and then we can worry about all the other stuff in a minute, getting more dinosaurs and whatnot. Need the basic infrastructure set up first. So we'll have a staff center, we'll have power. We won't be able to do shops yet because we won't have enough people. UK Jurassic. Yeah, that is how it works. I mean, literally every little bit matters on that one. You have to do things very efficiently at the very beginning. Otherwise, you will fail. So these are just increasing your park ratings. And of course, they give me Suchomimus again, so not a good plan typically to give me Suchomimus because I can just spam this thing and win typically. Let's see here. But as far as herbivores go, it's honestly not that many. I'm betting when we look here, we're not going to have very high. Yeah, we only need 7,000 appeal and 14 total species, which shouldn't honestly be all that difficult to accomplish. Of course, in theory, it shouldn't be hard, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. For Jurassic World Challenge, I haven't done that one yet. I'm doing them in order live, so I haven't done the Jurassic World one yet. I did Jurassic Park on medium, just to get a feel for these new modifiers and everything. But yeah, I'll go back to that one here once I'm done with all the rest of them and complete that one. But yeah, I'm not sure. Okay, so once we get this staff center built, then we can actually start to work on putting more dinosaurs out. Not quite enough space. We don't need this backup generator anymore, though. Which allowed us to fit that in there pretty nicely. Alright, so now let's go ahead. We don't have enough skill to put out a Triceratops, but we can put out Parasaurs. So let's get some Parasaurs put out. Oh yeah, Anna, the San Diego challenge was super easy. They gave you all the dinosaurs you needed. All you had to do was make an enclosure for them. I was really surprised at how easy that one was. Alright, we don't have enough skill. We don't have enough skill for the Parasaur, so we need more welfare. So let's hire... I was going to say, I know we had a welfare specialist. And then now we have an expedition center unlocked. Hey, Giggle, how's it going? Yeah, I'll see TSG. I don't know if I'll have time today or not. It'll depend on how long this ends up taking. So we only got 2 here, and we know we're going to need more than 2. So let's go ahead and incubate another batch of these. Or synthesize another batch of these, I should say. And then in the meantime, we can go ahead and use this welfare specialist to get that one going. Just kind of be efficient with our time a little bit. Just finished the Dominion Chaos Theory today. The last part of it's insane. Yeah, I finished the Dominion Chaos Theory as well. I actually, just this morning, like half an hour ago, I got that uploaded. I uploaded it yesterday, but it had to, like, render and everything. So, yeah, about half an hour ago, I uploaded my my playthrough of that, so you can find it on the channel. But, yeah, it was an absolute pain. And, yeah, Giggle, this is one of the new this is one of the new challenge mode maps. This is the Isla Sorna Site B map. So it's the third one down, third one in of the new enclosures, the new challenge modes. Man, we're having kind of bad luck here with these parasaurs. So I'm gonna take a guess that what we need to do is we need to establish different herbivore territories. And so, hey, thanks Intergactrix, appreciate it. This is Jurassic difficulty. So I'm gonna take a guess that what we need to do is make these dinosaurs create habitats, or territories in certain areas, and we can do that by influencing where their food is at. So if I take these things as food and I move it down here, they're going to want to be down in this area. And then I can put the other dinosaurs' food up in here, and then they're going to want to stay in this area because they're going to want to stay where the food and the water's at. So I feel like that's what they're going to want you to do, is to influence the area where their food is at to keep them in certain areas. So even though they're all going to be out in the wild, we can still kind of keep them in the right spot.
Dr. Henry Wu here. Geneticist.
Reach your financial break-even point.
My work is ongoing. It requires constant updates and information. That's why the latest objective is important to me, and why it should be important to you. Of course, I'm interested in the value of paleontology. Before me, the science toiled in relative obscurity. But since I created living dinosaurs, doing the impossible requires a level of excellence you can only retain if you compensate accordingly.
All right, we need to, we haven't done this yet. We need to throw one of these out here. We'll throw this kind of out here in the middle, and then assign a ranger team there. So yeah, like I said, I'm gonna have to mess with it a little bit. You can see that their territory is kind of in this area, so I'm feeling like if I put more stuff up in here, we should be fine. And then if this ever unlocks up here, we should be fine as well. And I feel like the way this is looking, this isn't considered a tour area. This isn't considered a tour area. So we could fit a carnivore in here, because we're allowed to build a fence here. So you run this along here, and you fence all of this off, and you could put at least one kind of carnivore in here. Alright, so these parasaur are ready to go. So let's go ahead and release all of these. These are going to be missing ground nut, which is going to be easy to put in here. Yeah, it would be nice if we would get a Spino, but I didn't see them in the, I didn't see one able to be, to be created, so. Alright, so if I put water there.
I'm not working for accolades. Not yet. Legacy comes much later. For now, we need to understand as much as we can about the dinosaurs if they are to be a viable commodity. So, continue your efforts. People care for what they value.
So there, if you put all of that there, these things will pretty much stay in this area, I would assume. But this will be a way of testing this. If they don't spread out much further than this, then we'll know that this actually works. Yeah, this is my first try on this map on Jurassic. I haven't seen this map yet, so I mean, I'm just kind of winging it at this point. Let's take a look at, based on the fact that I've completed that objective, that means we shouldn't be losing money anymore. Yeah, we're good. You start with plenty of money, so we didn't even come close to running out. We're currently making money. Let's see if we have enough guests now. We do need the amenities. I typically try to wait until I can get the medium amenities, but we're only like halfway there. Just kind of taking a look to see what we got to work with here. Trying to plan out which dinosaurs we're going to use. The mimuses are typically always really easy to get as an extra dinosaur species. Quetzal has 2,500 appeal. Nice. Yeah. I mean, it is a giant bird, so I mean, I feel like it should have a decent amount of appeal. But I also feel like it's going to require a ton of space, and I'm going to take a guess that you're only going to be able to get one in a giant aviary, so it might actually end up not being worth it. It'll be something I'll have to test at some point. Velociraptor or Dilophosaur. None of those are typically worth it, but if we wait until we get to 2 stars and we get like Carnotaurus or Majungasaurus, then they will be pretty solid on those. So we'll avoid carnivores for now, just because they're not really worth it. Let's go ahead and get some trikes. Trikes are always good to add in. The rules for this map, yeah, basically, like, where do I even find that at? There's the challenge conditions down there in the bottom left. So it's got a tour area, photo rewards high, storm risk severe, disease risk severe, staff salary extreme. So basically, you're not allowed to build in this. You're not allowed to build in this tour area. So you're gonna have to manage the dinosaurs without building anything. But as you can see, my strategy here with this parasaur is kind of working. It hasn't spread out much. I mean, they are going to spread out a little bit more just because they have the freedom to do so, but they're typically not going to spread out very far from where their food source is or where their water is. So as long as we maintain that food and water down there in that area, they won't want to spread out too much further. So we can make different areas. Like over here can be more herbivores that you couldn't put in with these ones, but because their areas are technically going to be different, even though there's no fence stopping them from getting to each other, they won't want to get over here because there's no food for them over there. Hey, Valid Shark, how you doing? And then, so let's take a look here. I know that one of the things is said is that the photo rewards is high. Oh my gosh. I don't know why the physics in this game have these Jeeps tipping over so easily. So if we take a look here, there should be a decent amount of dinosaurs somewhere over here. And if we take a picture, it should give us a pretty good amount of... Yeah. So, to get extra money here, you're going to want to take pictures. To get 42,000 from a parasaur is pretty ridiculous. So, I think that's going to be another trick on this map, is to just frequently go out and take pictures as you can. And you're going to get some extra money. You got a bug when sending out new expeditions, couldn't get any new dinosaurs? Well, that's weird. I'm doing alright, Valid Shark. Thanks for asking. Let's see what we got for trikes here. Oop. Need to select both of those. Yeah, I'm gonna wait for my other scientist here for the cheaper incubation. Because it will save us some money. Thanks, Giggle. I appreciate that. Yeah, so I'm just kind of keeping an eye on these parasaurs here. You can see that their territory is expanding slightly as they're kind of running around. But really, they shouldn't expand their territory much more. If my theory is correct. Because there shouldn't be anything up here for them. Now, I don't know why they're running around like maniacs here. Maybe they were panicking, but realistically, their territory shouldn't expand much more out this direction. So I'm hoping that that can be the way that we make this work. It is going to be a bit of a pain, because they will naturally roam a little bit. But we should be able to get this to work. Alright, cheaper incubation, there we go. It's going to save us like 210,000 for using that cheaper incubation person, so it was totally worth the wait. Our park rating is increasing.
I need people who can do the job as directed. I put the latest objective details into a message.
Keeping
for you to
dinosaurs
review.
disease-free is
Pay
super easy.
attention and get it done as instructed.
Because you'll either get it automatically, or a disease will break
I
out
can make
naturally, and
them,
then you just have
but
to
you must maintain
heal it and then
them.
wait 5 minutes. So either way, I mean, this one's going to be pretty straightforward to get. We don't even really have to do anything. So we're just kind of waiting on these trikes to hatch. Yeah, so these parasaurs are looking like they're staying relatively where I need them to, just like I said. Five stars in 5 hours? Maybe, actually. We'll see. It is, it's possible, I would assume. We can make that our goal, is to try to get this in 5 hours. Since the par time is 7. Doesn't actually matter how long it takes you, but we can set it as a goal to get it done really fast. So we got a couple trikes coming out. This should up our rating and our money a bit more. And they should be pretty much happy already. I put a pretty decent amount of ground leaf already down, so oh, they take ground fiber. So I want them to stay as far over here as I possibly can, because the trikes can be a little bit more finicky with what they are paired with. So we'll make sure that they kind of stay in this area. The parasaurs are still good. They have a little bit of a cohabitation because they're neutral with the Triceratops. Oh, of course. So that parasaur has something. So like I said, you either get it or you don't. We obviously just got a disease pop up. All we have to do is cure that disease, and then that timer will start again. So now we're just kind of waiting for these trikes to spread out a little bit. Obviously, there's a decent amount of forest right here. So once they spread out into this forest, they should be good. We shouldn't have to put any more. All right, so we need to research avian pox, hopefully relatively quickly, because that one can spread pretty fast. Quarantine all dinosaurs with avian pox for 60 seconds. Crap. Okay, so this is where things get a little tricky. Avian pox spreads really fast. And in order to unlock the research for it, you need to quarantine the dinosaurs that have it. If I'm really fast about this, we might be able to quarantine this one. If not, we're gonna have to let it spread to all of the dinosaurs before we can cure it.
The asset.
Do you think the DLC is worth it to buy? It depends on how much you enjoy the game. I think it was a decent DLC. The campaign took me like 2-3 hours to beat. The chaos theory was another like 2 hours or so. The dinosaurs are kind of cool. So I mean, I guess it just depends on how much you enjoy the game and how much you play the game. Oh, you're fine, Virtual. Hope you had a good day at work. So hopefully we snagged this before. Looks like we might have. We might have caught it early enough. So we get this moved over here. We just have to keep it quarantined for 60 seconds. We'll give it some water. Once we have it quarantined for long enough, we'll be able to research the cure for it. Yeah, it has been a little bit. Hopefully, been doing all right. Take a look at these trikes. Yeah, these trikes are good. And then my theory seems to be correct that the parasaurs have kind of created their territory here, and then they haven't really spread out anymore because they don't really have a reason to spread out anymore. Now, obviously, they're going to be a little upset for a period of time here while we're waiting to cure this one. So we just have to keep this quarantined for a period of time. Can't seem to get 5 stars in the Jurassic Park Chaos Theory. Got any tips? Double check that you have the right appeal. If you have the right amount of appeal, double check all your... so to do that, you come into here, go to Park Rating, and then you can see up there at the top it says I currently have 5% appeal. So make sure you have appeal at 100%. If your appeal is at above 100%, then you should have enough dinosaurs. So then you come down here to guess. Make sure your guess comfort is as high as it can be. And then the guest approval, make sure your guest approval is as high as it can be. And then another thing you want to watch is that path capacity. So you can see that I actually am losing out right now on guests because I don't have wide enough paths. I have path overcrowding on my paths. So make sure that you have the right level of paths. Upgrade them as you need to. And then the other thing to check is your amenities here. Clearly, I haven't built any yet, but just make sure that these are all as high as you can get them and that they're all set properly for the little changes that you can make to them. Make sure that they're making as much money as possible. Sorry for your English. I'm German. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's no problem. Yeah, let's actually see if we can research. I don't know if we can research wider paths or not. Nope. We have to get to 1 star first. But once we get to 1 star, we can research wider paths. Because right now we're actually having an issue with that. And then we also need to take a look here. This should be counting down now. Yeah, see, so we only have 9 seconds left. There we go. And it automatically researched it. Well, that's nice. We didn't even have to research it. There. So we'll send our vet team out here to go ahead and cure this, and we'll just leave this enclosure here for now. Can you build in the second area where you want to? Yeah, this little area right here you're allowed to build in. So you can't build in this area because it's the tour area, which it ends right here along this line. So you can see that line right there. You can't build anything past that. And then you can build inside of this little circle here. So we're going to set this up as like a quarantine area for now, but eventually I will set this up as a carnivore enclosure because we can build a fence along here. We should be able to fit a couple carnivores in there. A couple of the same species, obviously, but fit a couple carnivores in there, and then we can extend this, edit this route to come out a little further so it actually runs along the fence. Why is that, Virtual? Alright, so this has been cured. So now we just take this, we trank it, we move it back here, and we'll put it back in with the rest of its species.
Picking up asset.
So, It's looking like in order to get this area unlocked here, and there might even be a third area over there. It looks like there might be a third area. To get that area unlocked, it looks like we need to get to 2 stars. So we're going to have to build a 2-star park out of just this area that's in here, which we should pretty easily be able to do given the right dinosaurs. We got to get to 2.5 stars for that. Maiasaura can go in with the Parasaur, so we got to get to 2 stars for that, though. Thanks, Virtual. I appreciate that. I'm actually only chill because of the games that we're playing currently. If you watch me play Call of Duty, it's a completely different story. But that's just because I get competitive. But yeah, these games, man, I like to play them. They're just nice and chill. Yeah, let's see here. So we got those. We could do Velociraptors if we need to. I try not to if I don't have to, but you know, now that I'm looking at it, we don't really unlock any other dinosaurs until 2 stars. So we're gonna have to use what we have available. This one we get at 1.5, but by then you're already almost at 2 stars anyway, so we're pretty much gonna have to run with what we got here. We could do Velociraptors. That might end up being what's necessary. Yeah, that's quite the number, actually. That's one of the highest numbers I've seen in a while. Appreciate you guys being here. So yeah, we might end up going ahead and expanding this, turn this into a Velociraptor enclosure, and then edit this route here to come up along the fence so that way people can see. I feel like that's going to give us the most appeal, because right now to get that star rating up, we're going to need more appeal. We're also going to need more paths, and we need to get some food coverage going. So to get that food coverage, I will go ahead and get rid of this, and we'll make small amenities for now. We can replace those with large or medium amenities later. So yeah, let's go ahead and do these. Let's see here. So we need food. We need drinks, which if we do this right, yep, there we go. And then we need gifts. So as long as they can fit in here this way, if we don't build anything behind them, we should be able to build the medium ones in their place later. Because the difference between the small ones and the medium ones is just how long they are. They're the same distance this way, but this way they're a little bit longer. So as long as these fit in here like this and we don't put anything in here, these will be fine. And then obviously this one doesn't have anything back here as well. So this will give us a little bit more money, which also, you know, obviously affects your star rating. Your star rating is directly tied to how much money your park is making. So if you've never seen my videos before and how I go about doing these, to get these configured properly, I typically pause the game. Only chaos you can't beat is Jurassic World. End up losing more. Tons of storms. End up hemorrhaging money. Yeah, I haven't done the... oh wait, I have done the chaos theory for Jurassic World. Yeah, it can be a little bit tough, especially with having to have Indominus. Can you switch day and night? Not sure. Let me check. Gameplay. Let's see here. Time of day. There we go. There we go. So yeah, you can switch it to just be day all the time. But yeah, like I was saying, I always pause the game when I'm configuring these, because if you don't pause it, then the numbers are constantly jumping around. But the easiest way to configure these, instead of trying to worry about those configuring bars over there on the left, is just simply look at your profit and see which one's the highest. So right now we don't have very many configurations, so it's going to be way quicker. But 1158 was the highest one there. 3,000, 3,000. So there's two of them that are going to give us money. So that one is 3,000. And then, let's see here, 4,800. So, I mean, that's pretty much all we're going to be able to do. We don't really have any major configurations here. So yeah, you just figure out which one is, look and see on your profit which one is the highest, and you just run with that. So 4,100. And then let's see if putting another one, oh, yep, see, these ones will give us a little bit more. And then let's see here on this one, 1,800 was the highest. Thanks, Valid Shark, I appreciate it. I'm glad I could help you. Hope you have a great rest of your day. 3720, let's see here, 4164, and then 45. So that should be as configured as it can be, and that'll jump our star rating up. It'll take a second for the game to register it, but once the game registers it, it'll jump our star rating up a little bit.
Transportation complete.
And then, let's see here. We will go ahead and make these raptors. I typically avoid velociraptors if I can, just because I'm forever scarred from Jurassic World Evolution 1, having to deal with the velociraptors, pretty much wanting to break out every single time that there was a storm. So I stopped using them just because they were too tedious to try to use. But I don't think we're going to be able to get to 2 stars without using something like a velociraptor or a dilophosaur. I feel like the velociraptor is going to give us more. I know that they're not nearly as good for space. In fact, actually, if we split this enclosure in half, we might be able to get both, now that I think about it. They don't really require that much space. So if we can split this enclosure in half, we might be able to get both Dilophosaur and Velociraptor in here. Velociraptor on this side, Dilophosaur on this side, since this side's a little bit bigger, it looks like. When do I stream the most time? I mean, it varies. And my schedule is going to be changing next week. It's, you know, it's hard to manage real life with this. I wish I could do this full time, but unfortunately, my channel's just not big enough to be able to accomplish that. So I kind of stream when I can. It's hard. I don't really have a set time. I typically try to give people like a heads up that I'm gonna be streaming if I can, but yeah, it's kind of varies. So yeah, we're gonna make Velociraptors. We're gonna put them over here. And then once we get a few of those in there, we'll put some Dilophosaurs in here. And then I need to edit this route. I mean, honestly, gonna have to look to see if we have enough money, because the Velociraptors are gonna be kind of expensive. And I don't want to edit this route quite yet, because when we edit the route, we're gonna lose money for a period of time while the game is reestablishing the route.
I had my doubts.
All right, so we did complete that mission, so that's an extra
But you have yet to let
265,000.
me
That's gonna
down.
help us a lot.
Not bad.
Let's fast forward for a second so we can get these Velociraptors finished. And then we will need to power this enclosure somehow. Which I guess I failed to consider. I do believe Velociraptors only need 2. We can always put in more later. Let's double check. Yeah, minimum population of 2. They like compies. Yeah, they like compies because they eat them. Don't fall for that trick. So intolerant. That's fine. Cheaper incubation, 630,000. So we should very easily be able to fit 2 Velociraptors in there. How much appeal do they give? I didn't even look to see. 185. Heck, it might be worth it more to just make a crap load of Triceratops. But then again, we don't want the Triceratops' area to get too big. And they'll start to run into a cohabitation issue with these parasaurs if we make too many of them. Yeah, see, they're kind of right on the limit anyways. So eventually we might have to try to move these trikes if we can and try to get them over here. Which shouldn't necessarily be too hard. We'll just have to trank both of them and move them, and then they'll reestablish their territory over here. But a lot of this is going to be experimenting, because I haven't done this challenge before, and we're playing it on the hardest difficulty, so it's going to be a little bit of experimenting here to try to figure it out. But as long as we're consistently making money, that's really all that matters. We're making profit per minute, so we can continuously keep plugging away at it until eventually we get there. Oh, okay. You did the random. I sometimes forget that you can do that. All right, let's get these velociraptors put over here.
Collection request received.
All-time favorite dinosaur is probably the T-Rex. Need to research this prey feeder real quick. And then we have one scientist that needs rested. It's going to take a minute for these raptors to get moved anyways. And then let's take a look here. Yeah, so they need to pretty much go right up against the fence.
Asset has been collected.
Research complete. Live prey feeder, so we know we're going to need that in here for sure.
Delivery has been completed.
Open space is fine. It's got plenty of water. Might need a bit more forest. Thing about it is you don't want to make the forest too thick if you don't have to, because then your vehicles can't go through here very well. There. So yeah, that'll be plenty for these guys. They just need to spread out a little bit more. They got plenty of open space. There's a bunch of space over here in this bottom right. So we might not be able to get more than like 2 in here. Yeah, we might be able to get a couple more, like 1 more, maybe 2. But for now, those are good. And then we are going to need to move that that tour a little bit.
Oh, I've got an objective you'd be perfect for. I hope you'll agree.
All right, we need to increase our revenue. So what we're going to do here for a second is we're going to pause this. We're going to edit the tour route. So now we are going to bleed money for a minute after doing this. But we're going to take this tour out here. We're going to run this right along the fence. And then we need to get rid of this water because we know we're not going to be using this. Get rid of all that. There we go. Let's go back to editing this tour. Drag this along here. And there we go. So now we'll set that to go. We're going to lose money for a minute because it's going to have to like reestablish these tours. Nope. Actually, we didn't even have to lose money, so we're good. All right, and then let's take a look at Dilophosaur here. So we'll get these kind of set up to go. I know we're not going to be able to make these because we're not going to have enough money right off the bat, but It'll be fine. Once this tour gets around here and these raptors become viewable, we should be a lot better off. Alright, we need 1.1 million, which, based on the person with the 30% less, it's actually going to be like 700,000, 800,000, 750,000 probably. So, just have to give that a minute. But so you're going to be playing the new challenge mode, but you don't know which one to do first. Honestly, I've just kind of been going in order. What was my favorite chaos theory mode? Probably Jurassic World, because that was the one that you actually got to build up a park. All the other ones didn't really feel like you were building up that much of a park. I mean, Jurassic Park you did, but like San Diego was super fast. Jurassic Park 3, I mean, you didn't even build a park on that one. You literally did the same thing like 3 or 4 times over and over. And then yeah, Fallen Kingdom, you didn't really do anything. So yeah, it would definitely be Jurassic World and Jurassic Park. Okay, so these should be viewable now. I don't think we're going to be able to get power over to here, though, is the thing. Oh, wait, we can. So we can run power. So it does allow you to build pylons through here. There we go. So these will be powered. How old am I? I am 29. Okay, so these do have a bit more space than I thought originally. So we will be able to get at least one more Velociraptor in here. So it'll be a pack of like 3. And we can see that our revenue did climb. We could probably pump out a few more Struthies. But yeah, getting this second star is actually going to be a little tricky. Let's see what else we're looking at here. Yeah, that path capacity is going to be an issue. Those are fine. Everything else is fine. So really, it is going to be the appeal. So yeah, this isn't going to necessarily be easy to get to 2 stars, and I don't think we really unlock any other dinosaurs until we get there. So I mean, these are at 1.5. Coelophysis, Compy, Proceratosaurus, Trudon. The Compies can just run around. Nobody really cares about those. Coelophysis, on the other hand, you can't just throw those out. Those don't unlock until 2 stars. Maiasaura doesn't get there until 2 stars. This is 1.5. So, yeah, I mean, you're pretty much going to have to run with what you got. So we just kind of need to save up money for a second. Why don't I play this challenge on medium first? I asked people yesterday if they wanted to see me do it on medium or if they wanted to see me do it on Jurassic first, and people voted for Jurassic, so here I am. So there's the, if we use cheaper incubation, we can get these guys. So let's do that. The minimum population for these guys is 3. We'll end up having 4. The extra species in the park, though, will help because it reduces the penalty we get for all the other species.
Heading to collect the asset. Collect.
Okay, so we got a really lucky mission here. So occasionally when you get really low on cash, you can get something like this. So honestly, there's no reason not to set your cash balance to 5 million.
Asset.
You will probably get sabotaged, but to have 5 million is really, really nice. So we're gonna run with that. Why, there he is in armored. Yeah, it's definitely not armored, unless you count its feathers as an armor.
Transportation underway.
So we need to get these put in here so we can do status checks on these guys. So we'll see Ranger Team 2 out here because they haven't been assigned to anything yet.
Asset transportation in progress.
But this should jump our star rating up a little bit. Yeah, pure streamer luck. Yeah, pretty much. Oh, but then right afterwards you end up running into this, so we're gonna lose some money there. But yeah, like I said, you have a chance at getting those when your money gets low anyways.
Asset being transported.
If I was making an actual guide for this though, I would have rejected that offer, just that way I could make sure that whatever strategy I was coming up with worked 100% of the time. I did that on one of my, I think it was on my UK guide. I got the offer for like a bunch of money, and I was like, well, I don't want to take that because that feels like it would be, you know, based on a little bit of luck.
Asset has been transported. Asset transportation underway.
Just kind of throwing some forest in here.
Asset delivery.
But I'm doing like the not as thick forest, that way hopefully my ranger teams can actually drive through here. So they actually don't need as much water as I put in, so we can delete a little bit of that. And then throw in some more forest here. There we go. So once we get all 4 of them in there, we'll just double check and make sure that they're all satisfied, which they are. They're kind of right on the edge, but they haven't found this corner yet either, so those will be fine. We could probably put one more velociraptor in here based on the amount of space we have left. I was gonna say, what are you talking about? I definitely assigned a ranger team there. So yeah, let's make one more velociraptor here. Or not. We don't have the genetics we need right this second, so let's rest our scientists. I accidentally clicked on the wrong person there. And then let's take a look research-wise what else we have available. So viewing platforms could potentially help. The improved amenities would be nice, but not really necessary right now. We need to get to 1 star so we can get this extra path, because that's going to help us out a decent amount. A lot of efficiency upgrades and all that. Let's get an expedition center built, because we are going to need that at some point. Yeah, pretty much. You're going to drive past it and not know what the crap you're looking at. So the expedition center, honestly, we should put the expedition center out here. That way it's kind of not in the way of anything. Let's see here. Well, that's not gonna work. There we go. Alright. So we have an expedition center now. Place a hatchery close to an aviary and release a gallium mimus that will go inside the aviary. Nice. I feel like certain dinosaurs are gonna eat that, though. Dilophosaur, Parasaur. So yeah, I mean, it doesn't look like there's anything extra here that we don't already have. We just know that eventually we're going to potentially need these. So I wanted to get that out of the way before I forgot about it. There's definitely some extra path in here that's not necessary. We could save a little bit of space if we got rid of some of it, but don't really need to. Alright, let's fast forward for a second to get our scientists rested. So I'm really wondering if it might be worth putting out a bunch more parasaurs. A bunch more parasaurs and a bunch more Struthiomimus. Because we're gonna need a lot more appeal to get us to 2 stars. I mean, just putting out this one more Velociraptor isn't gonna do a whole lot for us. I just want to fill out that enclosure a little bit better. But yeah, I think if we take these trikes, I'm gonna go ahead and do it now just to start testing it. We're gonna move these trikes. And we're going to create a new habitat for them. And what it's going to do is we're going to put them way up here in this corner.
Asset requiring collection.
Because we're not going to be able to put more
Confirmed.
parasaurs and stuff if we have these trikes over here. Because the trikes are going to get upset. So we move the 2 trikes. We create a new habitat or a new territory for them over here, where they're by themselves. And then we can put out more parasaurs and Struthiomimus over here. So what do these guys need? They need ground fiber and water. So they already have water there. And we put a bunch of ground fiber here.
Asset in transit.
Basically give them everything that they need so that way they have no desire to come over here. I'm playing on PS5.
Commencing asset
Thanks,
transit.
Giggle. I appreciate you being here. And I hope you have a great day as well.
Delivered.
Alright, so it's going to have to reestablish its territory, which I knew it was going to need to.
Asset delivered.
It's got plenty of ground fiber, so let's replace some of the ground fiber with some forest. There. So now, the trikes are over here, and they should kind of stay over here. And then for the parasaurs, we can start to pump out some more parasaurs. I think we'll have to wait, but yeah, let's pump out a bunch more parasaurs and a bunch more Struthi. Because really, it shouldn't increase these guys' space requirements all that much. They have plenty, so they shouldn't really spread out much more than they have. And then these guys should pretty much stay over here where they're at. And all of these areas shouldn't overlap. And I think that's kind of what they're wanting you to do on this particular scenario, is utilize this whole territory system. So these guys have wandered pretty far. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this water that's right here. I don't want them to come over here. So we'll get rid of that water so they have no reason to be over there. And then they'll have to come back because they know that there's water over here. Yeah, see, I think they wandered over here because there was water here. Alright, they poisoned our guests. But that's a small price to pay for having gotten $5 million. So that $5 million was totally worth it. So I'll speed this up for a second. Guess want more food amenities. Well, yeah, that's because my food had to be shut down because some jerk face decided that they wanted to poison the donuts. There. Pachyrhinos and trikes where put the velociraptors and dilos. Well, the problem is the velociraptors and dilophosaurs, if you don't enclose them, they will try to eat all these out here. And I would have to constantly be replacing struthies and all that. If you let the carnivores run loose, they'll eat the herbivores, obviously. But if you enclose these, they won't try to eat anything. See, like, why did this come all the way over here, though? So this is going to need to be tranked and moved. So it shouldn't be going over there where the trike is at. See, it's gotten far enough away. It's separated from its herd. So we'll do a little rescue mission here and put it back where it's supposed to be. Especially since I don't want it overlapping with these. And then let's go ahead and start making more parasaurs. Each parasaur gives us 59 compared to the raptor's 85. So every 3 parasaurs would be equal to 1 velociraptor. Little miniature enclosures on the side, yeah. And then every trike is 108, so it's about half of a velociraptor. Yeah, I would assume the same thing, and I'm actually going to be using the Suchomimus once I get there. Suchomimus is kind of like my go-to at this point. So we'll definitely be trying the Suchomimus once we get to that point anyways. And then we only have 4 Struthiomimus, so we could definitely put more in here as well. Just have to double check the velociraptors here once this gets in here, just to make sure it has enough. Yeah, see, it's missing just a tad bit of water. There we go. So now it's got enough water. Got enough forest, got enough open space, so yeah. 3 velociraptors fit just fine in there. Research the gene trait modifications. Yeah, they definitely can be, especially the ones where it doesn't require as much space. Definitely appreciate the heads up. Yeah, I use those occasionally. Not always, but sometimes. Might be useful on this particular map. See, I'm hoping that goes away now, because there's no reason that they should be going all the way over there. So hopefully it edits their area. And all of these have the thirsty trait, but that's all right, I guess. Cheaper incubation. Let's get these put out. Oh, you mean in the spot that I put them? Yeah. Yeah, it would be nice, but they're going for something different here. So they definitely want you to have to try different things. Where are you two going?
You really delivered on that one. Fantastic work.
Yeah, this area thing is gonna be interesting to deal with. Because right now we're only at 0.7. We're 15% appeal, but our biggest problem is our path capacity. Actually, we've majorly reached our path capacity, so because of that, we can't really get any more guests into the park. So we're gonna have to kind of like power through in order to get to 1 star, and then once we get to 1 star and we can get the wider paths, we'll be able to basically jump quite a bit, because we won't have the overcrowded paths. Here comes some more parasaurs. And then let's get some more struthies as well. Just kind of generally increase the amount of dinosaurs that we have in the park. See, like, I don't know why these shouldn't be going this way. Gain 1.25 million, but lose a Struthi egg. Okay, well, that's fine. Ah, I'm stuck. Now remember, we're supposed to get a bunch of money for these. Yep, 76,000 for that. And then, let's see here. The trikes are in here somewhere. There they are. Let's take a picture here. You attached a Therizinosaurus on Isla Nublar. Nice. So what we want to do is send these guys back over there. So we want to keep them away from everything over here. And let's just double check. So we have 7 parasaurs now, and they're plenty happy with their space. Could potentially give them a little bit more ground nut. No reason not to. There we go. And then let's take a look here at the Struthies. Cheaper incubation. Just to save some extra money. It's always nice to save money where you can. And then let's take a look here at this. If I could actually click on the building rather than the, there we go. These haven't had a status check in a little bit. I think it's outside the radius of these. So let's do this. Assign that. There we go. And then release all of these. to give it a second to register. There it goes. Just needs a little bit more ground leaf. There we go. And then, let's see here. Why are... I was going to say, what are you guys upset about? You shouldn't be upset about anything. These guys are good. And then these guys are good. Oh yeah, what's that? It didn't really seem to increase our star rating any. So I'm wondering if maybe we put a viewing gallery just to get people off of this this one main path for a second. Or maybe this will fix our problem, because then there won't be as many people going down this path. Some people will be coming over here just to see the viewing gallery as well.
Every
We also
time
have
something
guest
goes
attractions
wrong
available
and one
now.
of our guests or dinosaurs is hurt, or worse, I'm absolutely gutted. Knowing as much as we can helps mitigate these moments. That's why this next objective is so important. It adds to our knowledge base.
The guest attraction might help us a little bit too to get that extra amount, although we're kind of running out of space a little bit, so we'll have to be careful there. So we went from 0.7 to 0.8. Now we're up to 0.9. Gate failure. Oh. Oh no. Well, that was an easy fix. It was literally right there. So I'm guessing that once we get this cinema and we get this built, it should put us to 1 star. And then the 1 star will allow us to make... Oh my gosh, this takes up so much space. Whatever, we'll run with it for now. We can always adjust things later if we need to. Yeah, the storms suck. They will absolutely wreck you, that's for sure. I think this cinema will drag more people this way, and they'll go in here for some extra attractions and whatnot, which will free up some of this path here just enough to hopefully get us that little bit more that we need to get us to that 1 star. We'll add in the wider paths, which will then jump us up even more, and then we can start looking at what we need to increase ourselves even more. But right now, why are these things... This is what I'm trying to avoid, is I'm trying to avoid these things wandering too much. The cohabitation is fine for now, but if they start to wander too much, then it'll create an issue. Showing 47% there. Yeah, and they're kind of constantly spreading out their territory, which is not what I need. So, see if we can use this this silly mechanic here to keep these things. There. See if we can kind of keep those wrangled a little bit. Keep them from going over here too much. As long as we don't put anything even remotely near each other that, like, don't like each other. So we're not going to be able to put any other ceratopsids or stegosaurids in here. But as long as we can avoid that, then we should be relatively alright if they kind of cross over just a tad. But really, there's no reason that these things should be going out here. There's nothing out here that they would like. Looks like this cinema is built. Doesn't appear to have helped us quite enough.
Hop on board for the park tour and experience 65 million
Oh wait, hang on.
in the making.
If we adjust these, we might make a little bit more money, which might be just enough to get us where we need to be. Okay. Yes, that's making a little bit more. It's given 10,000. That really didn't change it much, so let's see if that does the trick. That extra money there should help. Oh, I need to photograph a dinosaur drinking. I almost forgot about that. There's a bunch of them drinking right here, so. Oh no, they're looking for food. Eating, sleeping, other.
You've really captured the essence of that animal with this image. Nice work there.
I need these guys to not panic. Let's go ahead and get a nice little sip here. There we go. He should be drinking. Yeah, there it is. Okay.
I was
There
worried
we go.
for a moment, but you pulled through on that last objective. Nice one, really.
All right. So we still haven't quite gotten to 1 star. I don't think we're going to be able to get any more in those. So I guess it's just going to be a matter of... It's going to be a matter of just putting out more dinosaurs. So I guess we'll throw out some more parasaurs. We'll just make a giant enclosure of parasaurs, I guess. Yeah, so I mean, typically on Jurassic difficulty, on most of the maps, the hardest part is just getting set up and going. So I can see how that's kind of still the challenge here. So we'll get some more parasaurs put out. Really just trying to push to get over that species penalty, because, I mean, we have the species penalty. We can't really put out any other species right now. Yeah, we have all of the species that are available to us right off the bat. So we can't really overcome that at all, so we're just going to have to put more dinosaurs is what it's going to come down to. And then, like I said, once we hit that 1 star, and we can put this path like it needs to be, we should pretty easily be able to jump. 'Cause, yeah, there's a lot of overcrowding right here. Put in the doe and the buck. That would be on, I guess that would be on Isla Sorna, but that's on the other side of the island. This is site B, so this is Jurassic Park 3. I potentially could, but the problem is they're going to take up a ton of space with their territory. So we would have to keep a real close eye on them. And I don't know how it would work with the park tour. I don't know if they would actually attack the vehicles constantly or not. And so I'm wondering, too, if we can get through this, if this tour area is just going to be the tour area, and then if this is going to be like an actual building area. Because if that's the case, then this won't be that hard. But if this is still considered a tour area, then it'll be a little bit tougher. Because if this isn't considered a tour area, but this is, we can just use the tour to get people over to here. And then once they get over to here, we can turn this into just a regular park. I got the feeling it's just going to say that it's a tour area, and we're going to have to continue with the tour. But only one way to find out. Should give us the rest of the island. That would be a lot of space. I mean, it's an entire island. Alright, so here's a few more parasaur. They have plenty of stuff. I mean, we got 11 parasaur at this point.
That should pique your interest.
Achieve park rating 1.5. I mean, that's kind of the goal here. But I can't seem to overcome this to get to 1 star. So we're at 228,000 income per minute, and to get to next star, we need 235,000. So we need to make another 7,000 profit per minute. Now it looks like these did jump up just a little bit. I can try to configure these again to see. So there's a little bit more. And there's a little bit more. I don't think I'm going to be able to configure that any higher. It's like we got an illness here. So we're up to almost an hour and 20 minutes now, and we still haven't gotten to 1 star. I guess let's put out some more Struthies. Because at this point, it's the only thing I can think of is that we just need more dinosaurs. Based on how this game typically works anyways. Alright, we got tuberculosis, which can be a real nightmare to deal with. And of course our welfare specialist needs healed, so, or not healed, rested. So by the time that person's done resting, pretty much all these dinosaurs are going to have tuberculosis, so that's going to be fun to to fix. Alright, more Struthies coming out. It really is everybody's favorite. Stinking tuberculosis. It spreads so fast. Still didn't put us at 100%, or at 1 star. I mean, it might be that our dinosaur welfare isn't at 100% now, but I mean, I need to focus on this tuberculosis first and get rid of it, because we don't want our dinosaurs dying.
I've made the dinosaurs as best I can. But
Got 1
sickness
star by
is a
pumping out
reality,
para, and
and treatment is a
I'm going to
necessity.
assume that's Struthy. Yeah. No, I don't think they are Jurassic Park 3 raptors. I think they're just regular raptors. Yeah, these are just regular raptors. Nope, tuberculosis is spreading. Gonna have to wait a minute for that to be ready, and then we can go through here. It should be fine. It's just gonna take a while to get rid of. Alright, which one is low on health? This one. I mean, it's still got plenty of health. It'll be fine. Yeah, our vet is about to be very, very busy. Yeah, tuberculosis is the Rona of this game. Just letting everything get healed up here. I guess in the meantime, let's go ahead and... I guess we'll just spam out some more parasaurs. Just gonna have a massive herd of parasaurs. I guess we can always get rid of them once we get to 1 star and have more stuff unlocked. Come on. Yeah, it's spreading at this point just as fast as we're getting rid of it. Move that up to the top there. If you sign the MVU to Ranger Post, they'll medicate them automatically. Yeah, you know, I always forget to do that, but yeah, it's fine. We'll manually deal with it for now. Get those healed up. Release these 6 parasaur. There we go. No more tuberculosis. And all these parasaur are coming out. Have an absolutely massive herd of these things. And so far, it looks like they're relatively alright. Now, why are these trikes moving out here? See, the more they move out here, the more they're going to have a cohabitation issue. I could probably put out a few more trikes as well. Yeah, these stinking Struthies are just going to kind of do their own thing, but luckily the trike doesn't mind them. It's the Parasaur that have the issue. Para 2001, you forget which movie that is? 2001 would be, I believe that would be Jurassic Park 2? Or the Lost World Jurassic Park? I think 2003 was Jurassic Park 3. Or maybe 2001 was Jurassic Park 3. Is it 1999? Is that, I think it's 93, 99, and 2001? 97. Okay. So 1993 was Jurassic Park 1. So the original Jurassic Park. 1997 is the Lost World Jurassic Park. And then 2001 is Jurassic Park 3. Alright, so we're just kind of waiting on these trikes now. If we can get a couple more trikes out, maybe this will get us to where we need to be. Oh my gosh, we incubated 6 of them. Screw it. If this doesn't get us to 1 star, I don't know what will. How much did you sacrifice for 1 star? Everything. Yes, basically. At this point, I'm just going all out on trying to get this 1 star. Because I know my biggest problem is the path. As silly as that may sound, the path is actually what's holding us back right now. Because our path isn't wide enough, the guests are overcrowded, and they're like, yeah, don't go to that place. You're going to be, like, squished between people. Don't go there. But as soon as you widen that path, and everybody's like, oh, yeah, the place is great. The problem is, if you try to put more paths, you're going to use up the limited space you have in here anyways. And they're all still going to crowd in the same spot. Because they're all trying to go to here. They're trying to go to the park tour so they can see the dinosaurs. That's why I put this viewing gallery here to try to get more people going this way. So you do see some more people are going that way now, but it's just a matter of the paths are just not quite wide enough.
Acknowledging asset collection request. En route to pick up the asset.
You can't research new path until you get to 1 star. Which is why I keep saying I need to get to 1 star, like desperately. The wide path is right here. Increase your park rating to 1 star. So we have to wait for these trikes to come out, hope that the appeal pushes us over one star, and then we'll research the wider path. We can put the wider path in here, which will then jump our park rating up significantly, which will then kind of snowball for us at that point, is my guess.
In progress. Asset delivery confirmed.
But I mean, we're literally about to get 6 trikes. Which 6 trikes would be like a 600 appeal. And we currently only have 1900 appeal, so like, come on. That's got to do something for us.
Assets in the air. Confirming asset delivery.
We will just have to keep an eye on the trikes just to make sure that they have everything they need. They might end up needing a bit more ground fiber.
Asset in transit. Transportation complete.
Which we can go ahead and throw down in here in some like random places.
Commencing asset transit. Asset has been transported.
I was going to say, what are you talking about? You need ground fiber. Yeah, see the cohabitation though.
Asset transportation underway.
As these parasaurs, yeah, these stinking parasaurs are starting to wander their way over here. We can't be having the parasaurs wander over here.
Asset has been delivered.
Dinosaurs with 100% genome has better appeal. I don't know that they do. I've checked before, and it doesn't seem that it actually done much.
Any animal and watch them react. With the dinosaurs, it's normally just on a larger, more violent scale.
I can double check again at some point, but I feel like I'm pretty sure I checked before, and it doesn't actually increase their appeal like it did in Jurassic World Evolution 1. So in the first game, getting their genome to 100% would greatly affect their appeal and give them way more. But in this one, it just unlocks more slots for your genetic modifications.
Truthiomimus is capable of great speed and
Try to change up the path. Yeah, I definitely feel like the path is a major issue here because we're already at like 30% appeal. So the path capacity is 100% causing us some major issues here. And we still didn't hit 1 star somehow. So yeah, let's go ahead and we'll make a major adjustment here. Because at this point, it is getting a little frustrating not being at that 1 star. So we're gonna need to move all of this. These are fine where they're at. And then let's see here. Okay, so then now those have been moved, and then we'll just have to move them back. Yeah, that's a good point. I can change that as well. Okay, so now we need to move this back to here. Yes, we will do that. Okay, so we just gained another 1,000,000 because I moved that building. Alright, let's see if that fixes anything. Oh, well, would you look at that?
Looking up. Great effort.
Alright. So we jumped right to 1 star, and then let's go ahead and research this wider path. It's going to take a couple minutes, but then you'll see once we put this wider path on here, we should jump up pretty tremendously. That bunker's going to take a minute because we got a bunch of money, but it told us we're going to have to take a lot longer for it. Well, that's a lesson noted right there. So if you guys are taking notes, double up that path right there at the beginning. So we'll lose a little extra money just so we don't have to deal with sabotages right this second. Alright, and then we have the path. So let's go ahead and replace these. And we can leave it as it is for right now. How it's set up, but we'll go through and replace everything with wide path. So that's pretty much my standard go-to is wide path. It's like a good go-between. You don't need the main thoroughfare for the entire park, but like wide path will typically do the trick. So just gonna take a second for all this to re-establish itself. There it goes. And then once we jump up the number of guests in our park, we can replace these with medium amenities. Yep, right there it is. So now let's get some medium amenities going. And then yeah, we'll swap these out for the medium amenities, which will allow more guests to use them. Yeah, we've jumped right straight up to 1.5. Now we're up to 1.8. Carnivores 2 is researched.
Unfortunately for us, the facility is right in the path of a hurricane.
Oh, yay.
We should be prepared for gale force winds that can not only damage buildings, but really affect the animal's temperament. In both cases, be ready to make repairs.
Alright, so now we're getting a big storm, which should be fine.
I'm seeing reports that you've really taken to the job. That's brilliant.
Look at him run. Uh-huh. I see what you're doing here, game. So it's forcing these things to be uncomfortable to try to break out. It's doing like it did in the first game. In the first game, when you had velociraptors and a storm would happen, they would pretty much always try to break out. It's also giving us giant diseases at the same time, so... Yeah, the game is throwing everything it can at us right now to try to beat us. The raptors are gonna break out. So I'm gonna preemptively just go ahead and preemptively go ahead and do that. Just beat the UK Jurassic last night. Spam there is no. Put like 4 in one enclosure. Yeah, yeah, there is no is ridiculously powerful. Let's see here. Might be easier if I just do this myself. There's still several that are broken. Or at least broken to the point that we can't use the ranger teams. Need to fix that. Actually, I'll just fix that one myself. I should be able to just hit it from here. Yep, there we go. And then...
Transit has commenced.
The velociraptors actually can't get out from here, but...
Transporting asset.
There we go. Yeah, there's like 2 or 3 new achievements. There's not very many.
Delivery complete. Transportation underway. Asset transported.
All right, we need to transport this we need to trank this and move it.
Acknowledging asset collection.
Get that thing
request.
healed up because it's got a fracture. These guys will come in here and fix the velociraptor fence. There we go. Alright, everything should be good now. We can go ahead and open these back up. So what, everything got major fractures from that hurricane then? Sure is what it looks like. That's going to be annoying. Yeah, I agree, Toonami. I think it's silly that there's no skins or anything for these new challenge modes. There's kind of like almost no reason to beat them other than just to have something to do. So there's no trophies for it or achievements. There's no skins or any unlocks. So I mean, mostly you just do it for fun, I guess.
Asset transportation.
Oh,
in
look at this.
progress.
Look at this cluster going on here. We might end up having to shut this thing down and restart it. Nope. Nope, wait. There we go. I think that fixed it. Spider-Man's gonna be released on the Xbox? Nice.
Transportation complete.
So that's got a major fracture as well. Yes, we just have to... We're just gonna have to wait a second for all of this to die off, like our safety rating issues and whatnot. Our accommodation rating is a little low, so we're gonna need another hotel, which is going to be a handful to get in here. Let's see here. Power-wise, of course, it's just right out of range. There we go. Which dinosaurs can I make now? Right now, not very many. Ford Explorers from custom wrapping that pattern. Oh, nice. Yeah, we can make Dilophosaur, Parasaur, Trike, Struthi, and Velociraptor. Jeez, they gave us a crypto outbreak as well. So they gave us a hurricane, they gave us fractured bones for the dinosaurs, and they gave us a crypto outbreak all at the same time. And of course my scientists are overworked, so we gotta rest them. You're still in Canada, and they're going to do each difficulty before I go on to the next. Yeah, if you, I mean, basically, if you do it on medium, and you get an idea of, like, what it is that you're doing, and then you do it on Jurassic, you'll unlock everything. So completing it on Jurassic unlocks everything for the previous difficulties as well. So you don't have to do it on every single level of difficulty, unless you really want to. But yeah, typically what I would do is do it on medium. And then once I completed it on medium, I would have an idea of what, you know, kind of like what I was going to build and whatnot. And then doing it on Jurassic just typically just takes a little bit more time and a little bit more finesse. Yeah, Germany is really easy. All you gotta do is spam Mosasaurus, and you'll pretty much win that one immediately. Use a few different species of herbivore to get your species requirement, and then spam Mosasaurus, and you'll get what you need. We got another. Gonna have some new contracts coming up.
Here's a little something that might be of interest to you. A new objective.
Earn more
Take
from
a
your
look when you
amenities.
have a minute.
These typically will just kind of win for themselves. And in fact, actually, I just realized. Let's pause this for a second because we're gonna replace all of our shops with. We're gonna replace all of our small shops with medium shops. Yeah, you could probably spam There Is No on Germany now too, which would probably be the way to go, depending on how hard it is to unlock. Alright, so get this finessed in here. There's gifts, and then we need drinks, and then food will go in here. There we go. Yeah, the carnivore one is the one that I'm fairly certain you can't use it on. You failed on Southwest. Yeah, the first time I tried it, I failed it as well. Got to the very end and realized the mistakes that I made. And that's why I made the guide on how to beat that one, because I realized that it's really easy to fail that one at the end. Almost all of the challenge mode parks, you can win after you get it going. So the beginning for most of the challenge mode parks on Jurassic difficulty is the hardest part. Once you get past the beginning, you're pretty well set from there. You just got to keep at it. Southwest US, on the other hand, you do have a chance at failing that one if you don't do everything right. That's why my guide on that one was a little bit more in depth, and I actually went through to like the end. 32,000, 34,000. Where was that 34,000? There it was. So yeah, you gotta be careful on that one. The biggest thing is that your dinosaurs will have a reduced lifespan if you let them come out with a negative trait. So you have to be selective on which dinosaurs you put out, and when to put them out. And you gotta research your genetic modifications to keep them from coming out with negative traits. Create your own challenge mode maps. More of a leaderboard system, show people's fastest times. Yeah, the problem with leaderboard systems though is that it always ends up being that like the first like 100 or 200 people are all just like cheated times, because it doesn't take very long for people on leaderboards to figure out how to rig the leaderboards or like glitch the system. Pretty much every leaderboard I've ever seen is full of that, where you see like the top 100 or 200 players and it's all just like clearly glitched playthroughs, or they just rigged the leaderboard to say that they have a really low time. Like, oh yeah, I totally beat this challenge mode in 5 seconds. Like, oh yeah, I totally believe you. You failed because all your herbivores died and didn't focus on them enough. I was working on allosaurs. Yep, exactly. Your herbivores will die after a period of time. We need to get crypto researched. We need to get this moved. We can at least transport it for now, and then we can heal it in a minute. I'm just going to go with trikes and packy rhinos. No, Velociraptor give a lot of headaches. Yeah, they do. That's why I was iffy about putting Velociraptor in here, but I was having issues with the ratings. Yeah, you could modify the long-lived trait, but it's not going to overcome the crazy reduction that you get. On that particular playthrough, if you put out something that has on Jurassic difficulty anyways, if you put out something that has a negative trait...
That's a star for a star. A job well done.
If you put out something that has a negative trait, it will have a reduced lifespan by 90%. So... Okay, so this is a tour area here. But we have an area here and here that we can build in. So I'm going to take a guess that what we actually need to do here, because we're running out of space, we actually need to build like a second like park area here. And then maybe another another carnivore enclosure there.
We can check this objective off the list. Onwards and upwards.
Because the thing is, I feel like we're gonna run out of space for hotels. Yeah, I'm on Jurassic right now. Yeah, it is funny. Yeah, I'm just a little antisocial. I don't like other dinosaurs, and like, oh, that means you're gonna die like 90% faster. So yeah, for this tour, we're gonna probably branch the tour off here, and we'll make another stop basically. So we'll make a stop here, and then we're just gonna immediately just kind of spin it back around and go back out here. But eventually we'll loop it through here, and then come back. Right now we don't have any dinosaurs out here, so there's no reason to loop it. But yeah, this area right here will be like another basically spot for like shops and hotels, and we can put some viewing galleries and all that. All right, crypto's taken care of. And we did hit 2 stars, so now we should have a lot more dinosaurs available. So we have Dryosaurus available. We got Maiasaura available, which Maiasaura can actually go out with the Parasaur, so that shouldn't be too much of a problem. Chasmosaurus and Styracosaurus, I believe, can go together, so those will be fine. You wonder if you can spam There Is No on South US? Probably. Currently on Hard Canada with 4 stars. Nice. Yeah, you'll just have to you go back through with Jurassic and do basically the same exact thing. There's not a huge difference between Hard and Jurassic difficulty. If you can do it on Hard, you can do it on Jurassic. I need to get to 2.5 stars to get the Suchomimus. Then we have Carnotaurus and Majungasaurus. And then how many species total do we need? So we need 14 species total. We currently have 5. We only need 7,000 appeal, which isn't really that much. Yeah, I'm just trying to think of what we can do here. I mean, we can... Oh, really? Really? I was worried about that. Alright, so we're going to build a fence around this area. We're going to have to trank and move those parasaurs. Shrink these guys and move them back over here. Why is that not going? There he goes.
Setting additional task.
So we'll get those moved back over here. And then, like I said, this area will be another, basically, tour area. We can throw some, like, viewing galleries along. Get rid of this water here. And then we'll need
Assets in
the
the
park
air.
tour. Which can go like right here.
Asset has been collected. Confirming asset delivery.
And then let's see here. Need to come over here and
Asset
edit
has been
this.
delivered.
Let's go ahead and pause for a second. Make a separate save each time you get a new star. Yeah, that's probably not a terrible idea. There we go. So we connect all of this. And basically this will be like a little outpost area where people can come and view all this stuff before getting on this second tour to go all the way out to here. And then we just need to run some power out here. Apparently can't go that way. Yeah, I'm gonna be streaming for the majority of the day. I'm hoping to be able to finish this entire playthrough live.
Heading to collect the asset.
Yeah, these stinking parasaurs. Yeah, these dinosaurs aren't quite doing like I wanted them to. So realistically, what they should have been doing was staying in their own areas, but now they've just kind of spread out and they're doing their own thing. So it didn't really function like I thought it would. All right, Toonami. Appreciate it. I'll see you in a little bit. So we have tons of money. And I'm thinking that it would be worth just like jumping up to just like some real big stuff. But I don't think we have... Yeah, we got to get to 2.5 stars to get the Apatosaurus. But I'm pretty sure Apatosaurus and Brachiosaurus can go in with each other, so if we just spam a bunch of those, that would end up working out pretty well. No, I didn't do their traits at all. And we need 2.5 stars for the Suchomimus. So we could put Dryosaurus over here in this new area. And we can put... Let's see here. We can put Chasmosaurus and Styracosaurus over here, because I'm pretty sure they get along as part of the new update. And then Maiasaura can go over with the Parasaur. So that'll work. So it's time to start doing some dig sites here. Let's take a look. Maiasaura, we actually don't have a high enough level scientists for that. So let's upgrade our scientists a bit. We know we're going to need to anyways, so. There we go. And then we can check and see if there's any other good scientists in here. There's another reduced incubation cost. This person has pretty good logistics and has positive influence, which is usually pretty decent. So many cheaper incubations. My gosh. Let's get this person. They have that positive influence trait, which is pretty useful, and they have good logistics to go with it. And then because we have this over here, we're going to need to set this up guest-wise. Let's see here.
Delivery has been completed.
That one might just
Working with
complete
the
itself on its
dinosaurs
own.
is such a treat. We keep things running smoothly, and it should stay that way. That's
Alright,
why
so
you
nobody's
want to
over
get on
here
this
yet.
next objective straight away. Money makes the world go round. The more resources we have at our disposal, the more we can do for the dinosaurs.
So could use a little bit more drink and shopping. Alright, we researched our staff improvements. And then let's see here. So our welfare specialist, we can put a point into that. Cheaper expeditions will obviously be a logistics person. Cheaper incubation would be genetics. Positive influence with logistics. And then motivated we'll probably put into welfare, because we're a bit lacking on welfare. No, we're a bit lacking on genetics, so we'll put them in genetics.
Well done, you.
Well, we automatically completed that contract, like I said we would. Now, why is it saying? Oh, because like an idiot, I never finished the fence. I forgot the. Go back around. Thank you. There we go. I forgot to complete that fence.
The park tour is the most environmentally friendly way to see our dinosaurs.
Yeah, the Brachiosaurus should be safe around most carnivores. It shouldn't get attacked because it's so big. I think the only thing that'll attack it is the Indominus, or any of those big, like Indominus, Indoraptor. I don't know about Scorpius Rex. I don't have Scorpius Rex. I never bought that DLC. So we'll train this person up on genetics. And we need to have 6 scientists employed, and we need to have a star rating of 2.5 to get the next level up of scientists. So we should be able to function with what we got here. Now, before I actually go through the process of researching these, I do want to double check, because you can see it in here. So Styracosaurus likes Chasmosaurus, Pachyrhinoceros, and then it likes Ankylosaurids. So Styracosaurus and Chasmosaurus will go just fine. So we'll get both of those. So cheaper expeditions, and then positive influence, and that should, yeah, it's only going to take 2 minutes, and it's going to be way cheaper. So that's a good combination to have. How much time are we up to? We're up to 2 hours, and we're at 2 stars. Whew. All right. Had to stretch a little bit. Just realized that fence is a little damaged. Might want to get that fixed. So because there's no dinosaurs out here, nobody has a desire to get off at this stop yet. But yeah, once we start getting more dinosaurs over here, it'll start to spread out the people a little bit, so there won't be as much crowding over here too. All right, our fossils have come back. Can sell that and that. So we'll focus on one at a time. So Chasmosaurus. Yeah, well, we only got enough. It didn't even fill the whole thing, so there. So never mind. And then we'll send this genetics person to do this. And then these aren't really that expensive, so not going to worry necessarily about taking the time to wait for that person that has the cheaper expeditions to get ready. So now we're kind of in that weird spot that you pretty much always get to when you're playing through this game of just now we have to start looking for fossils. So it kind of dies down a little bit for a period of time. You kind of have to just kind of grind out and get the fossils. Kind of let your money save up a little bit. You can see we're at like 13 million. So I really wish these things wouldn't spread out like they are. I mean, there's no reason for them to be coming over here. Scientists arrested. Hey, Tom. The DLC's pretty alright. I beat the campaign and I beat the Chaos Theory mode. So now we're just onto the challenge modes. It was, yeah, it was good. If you haven't seen the movie, I would highly recommend seeing the movie before you play the DLC because, well, it pretty much spoils the entire movie with the DLC. So definitely might want to watch the movie before you play the DLC. But otherwise, it was pretty solid. That one's complete. Oh, we do have Pachyrhinoceros available. So we could throw the Pachyrhinoceros out there as well. Chasmosaurus. Where's the Styracosaurus? There it is. Okay. So positive influence and cheaper expeditions. It shouldn't take like any time or any money. Oh, yeah, that's weird. Yeah, because that was the whole thing in the show is that they hated each other. So it's weird that you can put them in together, but that's probably just how the game is coded. Alright, so because this space was big enough, their cohabitation didn't become an issue, but man, it was looking a little iffy there for a while. And what's our park rating at? So our appeal is only at 31%, but some of the dinosaurs we're going to be putting in here soon are going to be big appeal dinosaurs, so. Not in the show, they don't. If you watch Camp Cretaceous, I'm not going to spoil it, but yeah, they don't like each other. Kind of like the Indominus. The Indominus doesn't like anything. It shouldn't be able to go in with anything else. In the movie, it even says that it like ate its sibling. Halfway through the campaign, just taking your time. You've seen the movie. Okay. Yeah. The new challenge maps are pretty decent. They're definitely different. They're not the same as the original challenge maps. You know, usually it kind of follows the same formula each time, but this one definitely changes things up. I mean, with new things that you have to watch out for, new, like entirely new scenarios of like what you need to do. For instance, right here, you know, not being able to build out in these areas, only being able to build in these small little areas. Definitely makes things interesting. I typically don't use these tours, so it's definitely a test of even my playing of this game, because I don't use these tours often. So I'm having to kind of figure out things on the fly. Extraction complete and expedition complete about the same time. Alright, Chasmosaurus. And then we can put the motivated person on that. And then let's see here. Positive influence, cheaper expeditions. So we'll send them back out, another 2 minutes. Yeah, I seen that the Packy Rhino can coexist with them, so I'll be using them as well. I just need to, I think I need more, do I need more logistics, I believe? I might have to hire another logistics person. Oh, wait, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, so we should be able to get the Packy Rhino too. So we're just kind of waiting for these expeditions to come back. Oh, geez. Hey, buddy. Coming up here to nap now. My pup just showed up to say hi to the chat. If only if only I had a camera so everybody could see him, but he just laid up here on the couch, plopped on down. Museum requests. Reject the museum's offer. These are my fossils. You can't have them. There we go. So that'll be 100% a Chasmosaurus, which we can actually use to check what we were talking about earlier. So right now, Chasmosaurus has 71 appeal. So everybody remember 71. And then once those fossils are done extracting, we'll see if it actually does go up or not when it has 100%. I don't believe it does, but you know, it could very much be wrong. I'm wrong all the time, so let's see. Where the heck was Styracosaurus? There it was. Okay. Cheaper expedition. All right. So 71. Is what is what its appeal was before. So we'll do a little testing, and we'll see. But I don't think it increases it. I think it just increases the number of slots you have for genetic modifications, which also don't inherently give any extra appeal or anything. Oh, geez. Big old storm coming through again. And given that it's Jurassic difficulty, the storm is going to take forever. New complete genome. Do they make it easier to get the ranger teams? I don't believe so. All right, so Chasmosaurus, it was at 71. Yeah, see, it's still at 71. So completing the genome for these dinosaurs doesn't actually give them any more appeal. Yeah. That storm wasn't too bad actually. That one was a lot more tame than the first one was. But then again, all of our dinosaurs need a status check. So we'll see once the status check is done if any of our dinosaurs are injured. Yeah, it should. In the first game it did. As you progressively got more genome for the dinosaur, it began to get more appeal, and it got more lifespan, was another big thing. But it definitely doesn't do that on this one. Welfare and cheaper incubation. And then, let's see here. Do that. So, once our ranger team comes through here and does all these status checks, we'll see if any of these need fixed. There might be some that are injured, but what are these things doing? Well, yeah, of course you're missing forest. You're like really, really far from where you're supposed to be. These things are beginning to wander like further and further and further away.
No problem.
This is the problem with not being able to build fences.
Confirming task.
Get those moved back. Because my concern is that these trikes are going to decide to come in here for some reason. And then if those trikes come in here, we're going to have an issue, because then the trikes are all going to get angry at each other. Alright, so these Chasmosaurus are ready. And then what we'll do is we can throw the Chasmosaurus all the way down here.
Adding to the list.
Did San Diego try on easy and it took 32 minutes? Yeah, just do that one on Jurassic. It's super easy. It'll take like an hour. I did it on Jurassic my first try without even knowing what the crap was going on. I looked nothing up about it. I haven't seen any of these maps, so I did that one first try on Jurassic. It took like 52 minutes. It was super easy. If you know how to play the game, you're not going to have any issues with that one.
Transporting asset.
Alright, and then let's see here. We should be able to do Pachyrhino. Positive influence, cheaper expeditions, and motivated will get it done.
Transportation underway.
So now, once these get delivered down here, we'll start to set up an area for them. And the reason I put them all the way down here is because that means they're going to have to expand all the way up to here and then into here if they want to get anywhere near these trikes. So I'm hoping that they won't. I'm hoping that I can keep them far enough away.
Asset transportation underway. Asset in transit.
Got a bunch of stuff being moved around, but we gotta wait for our expedition to come back too before we start to do anything else.
Asset has been transported.
We'll kind of focus on one thing at a time. I know we have Styracosaurus available, but... Alright, so...
Asset delivered.
Let's throw some ground leaf in here. Need to throw some water in here for them,
Asset delivery confirmed.
which we can put over here, because we know they're going to expand out.
Transportation underway.
And that should pretty well cover what they need.
Asset transportation complete.
And then we'll adjust the tour here in a second. There we go. All right, so those are good. We'll wait for this expedition to come back. What's your biggest tip on the original challenge maps on Jurassic difficulty? It depends on the map. Each map it plays a little bit differently, and to get it set up is a little different. I did make a tips and tricks video for pretty much every single one of them. Or I did make a tips and trick video for every single one of them. So you can find that on my channel. There's a guide for each one. Starting to get some overcrowding going again, so we might end up having to research the next level up of paths, which is fine. Let's see here. Yeah, I mean, we can get that main thoroughfare, and that'll be fine. Now let's take a look. All these guys should be happy down here. Yep. So they should be willing to stay down there for the most part. So we're gonna have to wait a little bit longer before we can start to put those out. So we're not gonna have the genetics we need. Actually, yeah, we did. We can at least get these synthesized. So this one has aggressive. We might actually not put that one out just because aggressive can be a... Yeah, 30% threat, dislikes, and threatens other species. So we don't want a aggressive one. How many do these need minimum? They need 2. So we'll go ahead and do that. We're not going to save that much by using this guy, so not a big deal. And then let's go ahead and rest a couple of these, because we know they're about needing rested, so. It's driving me crazy that these things are expanding out as much as they have. I know I put a ton in here, but still. Then yeah, I'm gonna wait until I get more dinosaurs set up in this area before I expand out this this tour. Now I know we are probably gonna need some. Yeah, we're gonna need amenities and all that in here now. Yeah, there really isn't one. You really only should do it if you want to. Hardest thing you've done in the game? Yeah, Jurassic difficulty Southwest US is the hardest. You won't find anything more challenging than that on the game currently. Alright, let's see here. Food. Drinks. And gifts. And then we need to power these. That is, depending on the map that you're playing, that is one of the modifiers. Some of the maps have modifiers where you actually have really crap scientists. What map do you unlock Quetzal? I am not sure. I haven't I haven't found that one yet. I haven't looked very hard, to be honest, but yeah, I haven't found that one yet. I must be out of power. Yep. So let's get we're gonna get a power station built over here as well. You released one on Sandbox? Okay. Then we're gonna need a restroom over here. Haven't put one yet. Other than that, I think we're good on this spot for now. We still have a little bit more space if we need another like hotel or something. Yeah, more than likely you're just going to have to find one that has an aviary, a challenge mode map with an aviary, and it should be in there somewhere. All right, so we have these 2 Styracosaurus.
Asset to be collected.
Throw those in there. And then, let's see here. Man, can't even do the 2... Pachyrhinoceros that we have because we don't have enough extraction slots. We'll go ahead and rest this person and this person. You're gonna start your Jurassic Park challenge over. Just not getting any good scientists? Yeah. How long does it take? Does the Jurassic World Chaos Theory take? Probably a couple hours at least. 2-3 hours maybe. If you do it quick. If not, it could take longer.
Asset has been collected.
I'm gonna get a second response facility built over here because with this being as far away as it is, might make sense to build another one of these. Didn't have to connect the monorail completely around. Oh yeah, yeah. It works as a shuttle if you don't connect another one. It just goes back and forth.
Asset delivery confirmed.
There we go. So now those will be assigned, so that way they can check on these ones. Styracosaurus needs ground fiber. Which won't be an issue. We'll just put a bunch out here. And once they spread out there, they'll find it.
Asset has been delivered.
And then there's plenty of forest around, so those will be set up. They just need to walk around a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, you don't... Honestly, like, you don't really have to put that much security around your dinosaurs because they're going to either break out or they're not. I mean, there's really no way to stop it. If you put a bunch of extra fences, you'll save yourself if you can stop them within like a few seconds, but they can get through the fences so quick, it doesn't really even matter. You can see that, like, I'm using velociraptors here, and I have like the smallest level fence. You just can't really stop the dinosaurs from breaking out in these games for some reason. Obviously, you can stop some, but like the biggest dinosaurs, even a concrete wall isn't going to stop them. Your Indominus only got out. Yeah, it's only going to get out during a storm if you have everything set up right. Because basically, if its comfort is 100%, you're never going to have to worry about it trying to break out. Unless there's a storm. I don't know why these things are walking all the way over here. It's ridiculous. Yeah. Yeah, it's usually the storms is what does it for the dinosaurs. At least on those modes. My shelter coverage is only at 97%. Let's take a look here. I try to get it as close to 100% as I can. There. The raptors I just tranquilized during a storm. Yeah. Yeah, I sometimes will do that as well. Especially on the first game. I don't do it as much on this game, but on the first game, there was a lot of times where I would just trank my carnivores before the storm hit, because I knew that they would try to break out. Because you couldn't stop them from trying to break out on that one. This one, they don't do it nearly as much. Like I said, if they're content with their enclosure, even if it storms, they typically won't try to break out. So these should be getting fixed here in a second. On Northwest US, you had 3 ranger teams. Yeah. Sometimes you need to. You just spread them out a little bit so that way they can respond faster. All right, let's take a look here. So our appeal is at 31%. Our coverage could be a little better on some of these, but otherwise it's fairly decent. And then let's see here. Cheaper incubation. And that. Even though this is synthesizing, they still have pretty good genetics as well, so. You like the UK one? I'm on Jurassic difficulty. Hey Sam, how you doing? Yeah, the UK map you did have a decent amount of space, and the Northwest one you had a decent amount as well. But the caveat to that is the Northwest one you have a decent amount of space, but you also have to have a lot of dinosaurs. So how many of these do we need? Minimum population of 3, so that'll be fine. So welfare and cheaper incubation, there we go. I didn't even look to see. These give 100. The Styracosaurus only gives 62. The Chasmosaurus gives 71. So they're not going to give us a ton, but it's additional species, and any additional species in your park typically helps. Giga, 3 Baryonyx, 3 Carnos, 6 Raptors, and 2 T-Rex. Yeah. Found that the Jurassic World Challenge mode is the second easiest. Huh. Yeah, no, that one's a pain. because they'll still fight either way. It's just typically not a good idea to put carnivores in with each other. So we'll put a bunch more Styracosaurus and Chasmosaurus because they're not taking up like any space. That'll start helping us. And then if we can get to 2.5 stars, we can just absolutely spam Apatosaurus. And then we can spam Suchomimus as well. Gallimimus would be another good one to add. So yeah, Apatosaurus at 2.5 stars, and then Brachiosaurus once we get to 3.5. I think those big herbivores are going to be what helps us here. Yeah, beating San Diego was super easy. Pretty much everything likes compies, because they're so small that they just ignore them, but small carnivores will hunt them. Why is this thing upset? I think it got separated from its group somehow.
If I'm not mistaken, that's another objective completed. That's what we like to see.
Yeah, this one got separated from its group somehow. I don't know why that happened, but whatever. They'll eventually find each other again. Yeah, no problem, Sam. The Suchomimus are really, really powerful to use. So we're still just kind of waiting on the Pachyrhinos here. At the same time, let's see if we have a logistics specialist, that would be great. There's a welfare specialist, but I feel like we already had a welfare specialist. There's another welfare specialist. Yeah, we're struggling to find somebody with like super awesome logistics. Do you sell or use the dinosaurs in the UK? I typically sell a couple of them and keep a couple of them. So like the Baryonyx I typically sell because that's enough to get you going. But a lot of times I would use the, I would sell the Nigersaurus as well. Alright, you. Come on. Get with the program.
Asset collection request received.
There. It finally found its friend again. Oh, jeez. Another storm already? They're not playing around with these storms. How good is Baryonyx in terms of appeal? It's not too bad. Yeah, the Nigersaurus has a lot of appeal. The particular strategy I went with got rid of it, but I have heard that you can keep it. So it's kind of up to you. Yeah, usually the Baryonyx and the Suchomimus are perfectly fine. It's very rare that they'll actually fight each other. trying to move these guys back where they're supposed to be. It's getting kind of frustrating that these things are just constantly wandering over here. Like, there's no reason they should be. I guess maybe if I get rid of this water that's over here. So I can't imagine any other reason why they'd be trying to come over here.
Transportation underway.
Oh, nice, Sam. Yeah, the Coelophysis and the Compy will fight each other. And the Majungasaurus is another good one to have. It's good. It's not the best, but it's pretty good.
Transporting asset. Assets in the air.
You're having issues on the southwest. Yeah, that one's pretty tough. So I'm hoping by putting these out, this is going to get us to 2.5 stars.
Transported.
I think it is about time that we go ahead and edit this route, though. Edit tour route. Let's pause this for a second. There we go.
Asset transported. Confirming asset delivery.
That should pretty much encompass the whole area. Are the skins worth the challenge? It just depends on how much of a completionist you are. If you don't really care about the trophy and you don't care about the skins, then it's probably not worth the effort that goes into beating them. But if you do care about like unlocking everything and beating everything, then yeah, I mean, then at that point they are. And yeah, if you're having issues on the Southwest U.S., basically make a bunch of different herbivore enclosures with a bunch of different species until you get enough species in your park, or at least close, and then just spam a crapload of Suchomimus. Just make sure the Suchomimus don't have any negative traits on them. All right, now it's finally time to go ahead and configure these. 55. There's an 8,000 one. 9,000. Hoping that this will jump us up to the 2.5 star mark, so that way we can get the Apatosaurus. So you can look here. 6,000 was looking pretty good. 7,000. 8,000. So that's going to be about the max. And then let's see here. 7,000. Another 7,000. 8. There we go. Let's see what that does. Imagine an AI capable of playing the game by itself. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure somebody out there is smart enough to do something like that, but that would kind of defeat the purpose. You only did them to 100% complete the game. Doing the other ones for fun. Yeah, it's kind of the way to do it. I mean, if you want to 100% complete the game, you're going to have to do those. But otherwise, after that, there's really no reason to. Gonna get some more Styracosaurus. Oh, we hit 2.5 stars. So now we can come down here. We can start searching for Apatosaurus. Positive influence and cheaper expeditions. Do you do sandbox a lot? No. I like hardly ever do sandbox.
I'll make this short and direct. There is a new objective I'd like to see you complete. Review the details I've sent, and then get to it. The genomes we've been able to unlock form the very foundations of paleogenetics. We need as much of this current one as possible.
Definitely wasn't
Don't
planning on
report
doing that
back until you've been
Proceratosaurus.
successful.
Alright, so we can do these two, but we don't want the aggressive one. Guests are complaining about the lack of space, so we must have an overcrowding issue again. Yep. For that free 10-pound PSN card, once you get 10 platinum trophies. What? I didn't know anything about that. Well, I have more than 10 platinum trophies, and I didn't get that. So we have a ton of money. So once we get these Apatosaurus going, we're going to be able to just spam these things out like crazy. Same thing with the Suchomimus. My fear with the Suchomimus, though, is that if I put them out, they're going to start eating everything. This map expansion thing is actually pretty much exactly like the actual Chaos Theory mode for this map. When you do the Chaos Theory mode for this map, you start in this area, and then eventually this area right here opens up. And then eventually this area opens. You get a free 10 for 10 platinum trophies. Oh, huh. Struthy has crypto. Got 2 more Styracosaurus ready to go.
Asset collection request.
Yeah, I mean, an extra $10 would be nice. It's hard to turn down free money, especially since I've already gotten 10 platinum, more than 10 platinums. I have no idea how many I have, but I know it's more than 10. Struthies invest in cryptocurrency? Oh, it's euro? Yeah, see, my bad. I guess it does look like an E, doesn't it?
Asset in transit.
So my concern here is that these things are going to spread out too much, and then they're going to get angry about the Apatosaurus, because I'm planning on using pretty much all of this for Apatosaurus and Brachiosaurus. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm from the U.S. What's the max amount you can use a scientist after they're disgruntled? I have no idea because I never let them get disgruntled. It's so easy to avoid them being disgruntled that there's kind of no reason to let them get to the disgruntled, unless it's like an absolute emergency that you don't have any choice.
Asset transported. Confirming asset delivery. Collecting
I'm gonna move this
asset.
thing back over here before it starts to expand too much. All right, and then let's see here. That should be enough of the Apatosaurus to make it worth it. So, and then, well, we have one for getting was it Procerat? Yeah. So if we do one expedition for Proceratosaurus just to get the DNA to complete that mission, it'll give us a pretty good amount of money. Actually, it's 450,000, and how much is this mission going to give us? $630,000. Not really worth doing. So I'll just, whenever the next contract's available, I'll just swap that one out. And then, yeah, basically what we're going to do here is we're going to start to get some Apatosaurus and just start spamming those things out the best we can.
Asset has been delivered.
And then I'm thinking maybe back in this corner back here, way back by themselves, we can put all the Suchomimus. So once we get to 3.5 stars and we have all the rest of it unlocked, we can just spam that entire area back there with Suchomimus. You can change it, but it costs money. And even though I have a ton of money, I just, yeah, I don't want to waste any more money than necessary. All right, so Apatosaurus. We'll start spamming these things out like crazy. Invisible fence would be great for Jurassic World. Yeah, it probably would be. I doubt it. It seems like they're kind of invincible. Because it seemed like the dinosaurs were just kind of ignoring it. Oh, hey, there's a logistics expert. Oh, and reduce the cost of synthesis. So let's see here. So we got a welfare, we got a positive influence. Cheaper expeditions, cheaper incubation. Yeah, we need a genetics. So it reduces the cost of synthesis tasks by 30%, which we're going to be putting out a pretty good amount of dinosaurs. So this guy will be what we need. And then staff improvements 2. So let's research that. Actually, before we do that, we need wider paths. I kept forgetting of that. There. So we'll get that main thoroughfare for in here, because this area is going to be super busy. And then we might even be able to put like a... Yeah, we might be able to fit some like small amenities in here. There we go. And then if we need to, we might be able to... Nope. Not going to be able to fit another one in there. That's fine, though. Alright, let's configure these real fast. 7,000, and then let's see here, 17,000. I was going to say, I'm guessing that there's one that's going to take us to 20, because usually 20 is about the max for these. Are large amenities worth buying over medium? That depends. Usually I just stick to mediums, but there is some small special occasions where larges are actually worth it. It just depends on how much space you're working with. But like I said, I typically get away with just using mediums and then putting in a small here and there where it's needed. Let's see here, 13,000. 13,000. And then, let's see, 15, 19. There's one that was 19. There it is. Okay. So that should increase our star rating a little bit as well. But yeah, you need significantly less of them, but they do take up more space. So it's kind of just how you want to plan out your park. So we're waiting for this Apatosaurus, and we're waiting for our wider path. Okay, so the wider path is available. It's a main thoroughfare. We know it's going to be super busy through here, so... There. Yeah, I put out the chaos theory before I started this stream today. Okay, so Apatosaurus.
Heading to pick up the asset.
And basically, we're just gonna spam out a bunch of Apatosaurus for a little bit. So we got a motivated person here, and then what? Positive influence. Spam them out as fast as we can, anyways. Yeah, I started the stream early today, so that way I could stream for as long as possible, since I didn't get a stream yesterday. Large appetite. Yeah, that's fine. It's going to be plenty of space, so... Cheaper incubation. And then positive influence. And then let's get another one being made here. So we're pretty much going to be just spamming these things like crazy. Yeah, I'm going to be doing the whole challenge mode. I mean, at this point, we're already at like 3 stars. We're 3 hours in. Yeah, I used to stream for quite a long time, but I started backing it down a little bit to where I don't stream for as long each time. But today we'll make it an extra long stream just to complete this entire one.
This massive specimen is called the Apatosaurus, an impressive animal that can intimidate even the most determined of predators. The Apatosaurus's evolutionary advantages are its size and its demeanor.
There. So that should be pretty set now. But yeah, it's gonna be a fairly long stream today. I might have to stop for like, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes or so, just to like let my dogs out, take them out real quick, and make myself some lunch. But might do that in like half an hour or so. Play for another like half an hour, and then I'll stop for like maybe, I'll leave the stream going. It's just I'll just be away for like 10, 15 minutes just so I can take them out real quick and then get myself some lunch. And then I'll be right back at it.
Asset requiring collection.
See, that's what I'm worried about right there, is these things are going to wander up here, and then they're going to be upset because it's like, oh, I've wandered up into this space, and now there's dinosaurs up here that I don't like, so I'm not happy. Like, okay, well, just go back down here then. Hey, Strel, how's it going? Alright, so this one is ready for release, so we'll throw this one over here.
En route to collect the asset.
And then we got this one that's ready to go. Hey, I'm doing alright, thanks for asking. Jurassic World Challenge on Jurassic, it's easy. Yeah. Yeah, I do like when I start with a clean slate, because when stuff is pre-constructed, then I kind of have to, you know, build around it. Yes, the Indominus likes raptors.
Assets in the air.
So my path capacity is good. Let's see here. Food coverage is good. And the appeal should be starting to go up. We're at 9 out of 14 species, so we only need 5 more species.
In transit.
But each one of these Apatosaurus should be giving us a pretty good amount. Yeah, each one of these are 200 apiece, so... And then Brachiosaurus likes Apatosaurus and it likes Camarasaurus. But Apatosaurus only likes Brachiosaurus. So, we'll be doing a bunch of Brachiosaurus and a bunch of Apatosaurus. And then for our overall rating, we need 7,000. We're still, I don't know, like 4,400 short. Oh yeah, you need scientists pretty much everywhere on this. I think is there a setting in Sandbox now where you don't have to use them? I thought I heard that. I could be wrong.
Asset has been transported.
We'll throw some water over here so that way we make sure that they go near that water. And then
Asset transportation complete.
I'm going to go ahead and gate off this area because we know we're going to use it. And I just don't want to have to deal with them being in the way later. There. And then we'll get rid of the water on the outside here. And then we can use this for some kind of carnivore enclosure. Now why is this upset? For some reason this just hasn't registered anything yet.
Acknowledging asset collection request.
This has the long-lived trait. Not that that really matters that much. Not that one. I need this one. There we go. So what? We currently have 1, 2. This would be 3, and then the one that's hatching is 4. So I think we go to 5. If we get 5 of them. So we'll do one more set of these. I'm honestly surprised that this hasn't jumped us up more than it has.
Commencing asset transit.
I'm going to replace all these because I'm pretty sure this is going to get busy through here. And then let's see, maybe we need more, nope, we don't need more accommodation. And our overcrowding is just fine. It's only the one tiny little spot that we need more coverage there. Shelter is good, restroom is good. Starting to get a little light there, but should be fine. Yeah, I noticed that too. It shows up. Sometimes they don't appear like they should in the little pictures on the research.
Transportation complete.
So we're at 41% appeal. Shows our guest comfort at 99%, even though everything's at 100%, so... But yeah, we'll just have to let this go for a minute. Alright, something's got tuberculosis. It's down here. That sentence you said made no sense. I have no idea what I said that made no sense. There's probably something. I definitely believe you. It's hard sometimes to talk about what's going on in the game while also thinking about your next move. Sometimes it jumbles together. Right. Potosaurus.
Asset to be collected.
See, these things keep like separating themselves from their group and then getting all upset about it. That'll work. We'll rest all of those. Oh, and we have to research the Suchomimus. And the Gallimimus. We need 3 stars for that, and then we need 3.5 for the Brachiosaur. And then it would be nice to train our scientists up a bit more, so we're probably going to do that next. Train up our scientists so that way our scientists are a bit more skilled and ready to go. And then we can look at getting the Suchomimus. Problem is, like I said, I'm going to put it over in that one corner back there. Well, of course you're missing ground fiber, because you're not in the area you're supposed to be in. Dimetrodon? Dimetrodon wasn't very good. I tested Dimetrodon too. It's really bad. They don't have 600 appeal. They have like 100.
Delivery has been completed.
Yeah, I mean the biggest OP dinosaur right now is There Is No. Between There Is No and Suchomimus, you really can't go wrong with either one of those. Yeah, I'll be doing testing, but I can already tell you that Sucho is no longer the best. How many expansion packs do I think they'll add? I would imagine they'll do at least a couple more. It says there's guest crowding, but I'm not seeing any. I need to renew this mission too. Improve your revenue.
Of course, I'm interested in the value of paleontology. Before me, the science toiled in relative obscurity. But since I created living dinosaurs, doing the impossible requires a level of excellence you can only retain if you compensate accordingly.
Yeah, I would hope that they would do a Jurassic World Evolution 3.
I'll make this short
Oh,
and
I completed that
semi-sweet.
contract immediately.
Your work is essential to our mission, and so far, you appear to be successfully meeting your goals. It has been noted.
Yeah, I'm hoping they do a third one, but I'm also hoping that they
You're doing a lovely job. Keep
that
it
they
up.
change up some things, especially with like more. It needs more, like customization.
Transit has commenced.
Need to tell these trikes to shoo. They're oops. Go away, trikes. You're on the wrong side of the map. There, hopefully that'll get him out of there. Yeah, it is at the end of the tree on most of them. Yeah, no, and hopefully they continue supporting the game. I don't see them not supporting it for a while. But at the same time, like, it would be nice if they would you know, do a third one and add in some more stuff. Because if you've played any of the other games that Frontier has put out, they have a ton of customization that you can do. And you just can't do that kind of customization in this game. There, so we have quite a few of those. Unfortunately, this guy is wandering way further than he's supposed to. And so are these parasaurs, which is getting really annoying. I don't know why these parasaurs are coming all the way up here.
En route to pick up the asset.
Just like constantly having to move these things now because they're just constantly coming over here where they're not supposed to be. Yeah, I can't stop them from spreading. Yeah, I realize that's how it works. Universal kind of tells them what they can and can't do, which does kind of suck a little bit. All right, so we're at 3 stars now. So we should have Camarasaurus available, but I'm not going to use Camarasaurus. Let's do Carnotaurus. That'll give us some more appeal. We can put the Carnotaurus in here. They don't take much space. They're not hard to deal with. We'll have to adjust this path just a little bit to come right up along here, but otherwise this should be pretty straightforward.
Transporting asset. Picking up asset.
Yeah, we got so many overlapping territories now, it's
Asset
ridiculous.
Transportation in progress.
Like, if I could just put a gate right here, that would help so much, because then I could keep them separated like I'm trying to, but they won't let me put a gate there, so...
Understand what we are up against. The world wants to exploit us or shut us down. These are the extremes we face. That's why we stay focused on the job at hand. Add this new objective to the list.
Wants me to build a medium drink shop, which... probably plop this in here somewhere.
Asset has been delivered. Asset has been collected.
Even if we don't end up keeping it there, we can always just plop it down for the money.
Asset delivery confirmed.
Yeah, well, I mean, and that's why I'm not really... My channel isn't designed to be just one game. Right now, I'm doing a lot of content for this game because this game is, you know, just got a big expansion.
My life's work is tied up
and,
in these dinosaurs, so
and it's kind of popular right now.
My full attention,
but this is not the only game that I play on this channel. And you know, it's kind of I've mentioned it before, but
you know what?
I don't want to fall into the trap that a lot of YouTubers fall into, where they focus their channel on just one game, because then when that game dies off, then what happens to their channel? I mean, obviously there's no way to continue when you the one game that you built your channel on no longer exists. So my whole thing is just, you know, playing a variety of games, and you know, slowly over time people will find you because of that one particular game that they were watching and they found you playing. And then, you know, you'll obviously lose some people as you switch games and whatnot, because they'll be like, oh, I'm not interested in watching this, and then some people will unsubscribe. Some people stay subscribed and will only watch the videos that they're interested in, and then, you know, out of everybody, you'll get a very small percentage of people who will watch pretty much anything you put up. So that's kind of how I've structured it. Minecraft will never... Well, yeah, I mean, even something like that will eventually die off. And the thing about it is, I mean, you say it's easy to become a Minecraft YouTuber, but really, when a game is as popular as something like that, it's not going to be that easy to... it's not going to be that easy to become a YouTuber for that, because when a game is super saturated and it has a ton of people doing content for it, it's really hard to get noticed. Look at how many YouTubers there are out there that do like Call of Duty. It's going to be next to impossible to get discovered just doing Call of Duty content, because there's so many people that are doing it. You're going to have to do something crazy to stand out. Same thing with Minecraft. I mean, there's so many people that do Minecraft content that in order for you to actually get noticed, you're going to have to do something like pretty remarkable to stand out. And I'm not a super high level video editor, so I can't do like super high level video editing to make that happen. I don't have that crazy outgoing personality that, you know, attracts a lot of people to that kind of game. So, and I'm not gonna pretend to be somebody I'm not just to try to get views, because you can't maintain that. So I couldn't use that. So yeah, I mean, it's not exactly easy, and that's why it's kind of a bit of a slow grind. I've been doing YouTube for several years now, and it's, you know, just over the past couple years has really started to get anywhere at all. But that's also because I put a lot more time and effort into it over the past couple years. Alright, let's see here. That'll get us to 53% on its own. But we'll do another search for it just to have the extra. Typically, this dig site will have some like gold coins that you can sell that are like 600 or 700,000. Yeah, I mean, you have to get good at editing if you want to do YouTube. I mean, that's the difference between streaming and doing actual YouTube, though, is like, if you're doing regular videos, you have to do video editing. It doesn't have to be like super high-level video editing, but you at least have to be willing to put in the time to do video editing. But if you're streaming, then you have to have the skill of being able to play and talk at the same time, and, you know, just generally just being able to constantly do stuff. Nobody wants to sit there and watch a blank screen of somebody just doing this. Yeah, see? So, like, nobody's gonna want to watch that. But yeah, video editing can be a little tedious sometimes. I've spent so many hours editing videos, but kind of just have to take small breaks as you do with anything else. We're up to 3.1 stars. If we can get to that 3.5, I think we'll be solid. We're at 48% appeal. All of our coverages are good. 3.5 hours. I think we're sitting pretty all right so far with how we're doing. Alright, so we have Carnotaurus viable now. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how you have to do it. I mean, if you come into doing YouTube or Twitch or anything like that, and you're doing it to try to make money, you're gonna drop out of doing it fairly quickly, because you'll realize that it's not that easy to make money off of it, and it takes a lot more effort than people make it out to be. I mean, there's so many people in my family that I tried to talk to about this stuff because, you know, it's something that I am passionate about, and they just completely don't understand, and they just give me the classic, like, oh, all you do is play video games. Like, you won't make any money off of that. So, I don't even bother talking to them about it anymore, just because it's, you know, that people don't understand. But if you're coming into it for just trying to make money, you're not gonna succeed. You have to do it because you enjoy it. And that you have to enjoy talking to people. You have to enjoy games in general, and just the whole process. But yeah, that's something that I've ran into a few times. Is like, you know, I have like a little you know, Christmas or, you know, whatever family get together, you know, just hanging out with family, and try to talk to them about this stuff, and, you know, this what all I do, and they just completely, you know, that look when you're like talking to somebody and you can tell like that they are just completely not listening to you because they're completely not interested in what you're saying, but they stand there and just keep nodding their head anyways. Yeah, that's pretty much the look that I get. So let's move these parasaurs, since apparently they're not going to move themselves. And there we go. Apparently these Struthi are going to just hang out over here too. Alright, so our fossil extraction's complete here for Carno. So let's go ahead and make some of these. Cheaper synthesis. And motivated. So that's only going to take like 45 seconds. So there's no point in starting to research anything, because that's only going to take a few seconds. Especially on 3 times speed.
Transit has commenced.
Alright, so we have 4 of them. I think they require... Yeah, they require a minimum population of 2. Let's just put 2 of them in for now. Until we make sure that their space is proper. So, welfare specialist and positive influence. Should get us... Oh, and cheaper incubation. There we go. Streaming is more interactive for the viewers. You feel the viewers interact with the streamer, and the viewer and the streamer get more joy from it. Yeah. No, that's pretty much exactly what it is. I mean, people that watch streamers want to be able to interact with the person that's streaming. So you have to be willing to talk to people. And have to get that skill down where you can juggle looking at the chat and talking to the chat while also maintaining what's going on in the game. Which can be a struggle depending on the game. I've tried to stream while playing like racing games, and that gets really, really tough. Because, I mean, obviously racing games are like all about like precision timing and like driving properly and all that, and you glance at the chat for a second, the next thing you know you're off into the trees somewhere.
Asset has been transported.
But yeah, I mean, I like doing a mixture of both.
Where some might see a challenge, I see an opportunity.
Photograph your
I'm sure you'll agree
dinosaurs.
this looks pretty tempting.
Okay, so photograph a Triceratops drinking. So, I actually just remembered too, one of the modifiers in this is getting more money from photos. Let's take a look here. Oh my gosh. Yeah, so that just gave us 123,000 right there from that one picture. And then let me direct control this. I think the trikes are over here. Let's see if any of these are drinking. One of them is looking for water. So we just have to wait a second for this thing to start drinking. Oh yeah. Yeah, something like Burnout would be ridiculous. I tried streaming Gran Turismo, and it went relatively all right, but yeah, it was a little bit of a struggle bus at times. It's also hard to like interact with the chat when you're playing a racing game, just because I mean, with this I can talk about like what we're doing and talk about the dinosaurs and all that. Racing is like, well, I'm turning left, and I'm currently turning right, and I mean, like, it's hard to continue talking about what's going on those.
Asset collection request received.
All right, so Carno's going in here. Let's go ahead and I'm going to edit this park route. Yeah, everybody's favorite, especially in games like Need for Speed, is all the other just random traffic on the map. you come around the corner and there's just, all sorts of traffic there. You realize, well, there's no way I'm not going to have a head-on collision now.
Asset transportation underway.
Connect this here. And honestly, we can just run these across. I don't even care. There we go. And then, obviously, they're not going to need this much water. There we go.
Asset being transported.
When you know the game too well and you call it and it happens. Yep, pretty much. It's like, I'm about to win this race. I know this is the last corner. There's 100% going to be a semi or a bus or something in my way. And sure enough, there it is. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't understand that. The people that won't talk at all. It's like, if you're putting yourself out there to, like, stream, you might as well be okay with, like, talking to people. And personally, I enjoy talking to people. I know that's one of the more popular things on Twitch, is like the just chatting thing, where literally there's a bunch of people out there that just, that's their whole thing, is they just sit there and talk to people, which I think is kind of cool. I mean, different. Oh yeah, we're gonna be able to fit quite a few Carnos in here. We can get away with way more than 2. Gotta love Carnos. Alright, so we're gonna make a lot more Carnos. Cheaper synthesis and motivated. So yeah, we should be able to fit... Oh, let's see here. I would say at least four more, probably, if not more. Yeah. Yeah, I'm guessing 6 or 7. That's probably a pretty good guess. And then that's going to jump us up to that 3.5 that we need for the Brachiosaur. We don't want aggressive. Welfare, cheaper incubation, and positive influence. So we're currently at 55% appeal. We're losing 1,000 appeal just from not having enough species. But once we do Suchomimus, that would be 11. Brachiosaur would be 12. We would only be 2 species short at that point. Come in batches of 7. Yeah. Yeah, so even if we're only at 12 instead of 14, that the penalty for that's going to be so small, it's not really going to matter that much. It would be the difference between, like, literally 1 dinosaur, probably. And then I would imagine that there's going to be at least one place over here in this final section that's going to allow us to build basically what we've built here, which is another just, like, little place for people to come and stop and eat and do all that kind of stuff. So let's fast forward for a second. Yeah, we're just going to spam out some more Carnos until we fill out this enclosure. And then hopefully it gets us to 3.5, and then we can put out some Brachiosaurs until eventually we run out of space for them. And then we'll fill out a bunch of Suchomimus, and we should be at 5 stars at that point.
Heading to collect the asset.
Does this look like a rabbit? It definitely looks like some kind of animal, how I did this here. Like, these are ears, and then this is a face. So, like a mouse, a rabbit, something. How in the crap did you guys end up all the way over here? These trikes moved from over here to all the way down there. That whole final section is buildable? Well, that'll be convenient.
No problem.
If this whole final section's buildable, then yeah, we'll 100% be able to beat this super easily. Because we'll just have the tour end here, and then once you get in there, it's just going to be a giant Suchomimus enclosure. I mean, simple as that then at that point.
Asset in transit. Assets in the air.
I guess these are already done synthesizing. Or no, I didn't make any more. Cheaper synthesis and motivated. And then I need to rest my scientist. Holy crap. Spell check. Spell check is your friend.
Asset delivered. Transporting asset.
I don't know what language you started talking in there, but that's not English.
Asset transported.
Okay, Carnotaurus batch is ready. Before I select those, though, I do want to wait for these, because then we can judge how much we're actually going to have.
Confirming asset delivery.
Hey, Dustin, how's it going?
Transportation.
Yeah, that lag. Yeah. I remember you saying that. It's your little tablet or whatever is it's lagging out a bit. Yeah, we can get a couple more in here.
We all
I'll
want
try
what's
for 3.
best, for the dinosaurs and for each other. Well, correction, I have my doubts about some. But
Photograph a
not you.
dinosaur sleeping.
You're all right. Maybe even better than. This next objective will prove that even more. Read up on it, will you?
Cheaper incubation. I was just waiting a second for this person to have the positive influence. There we go. Now I'll have to look around and see if I can find anybody that's sleeping. Oh, there's one. Can you take pictures from these? Nope. Okay. That would have been probably a little too cheesy if I could have done that. Let's see here. So it was this trike over here is sleeping, but I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get to it in time before it wakes up. I mean, I'll make a mad dash for it. Can take pictures from helicopters. Ah, good point. Sad that I don't even know where my own... There it is. I think it already woke up. Yeah, it already woke up. That's fine. We'll keep an eye out. We'll see if we can find another one sleeping at some point. In the meantime, we're just kind of waiting on these to hatch anyways. None of those are sleeping. I do hate when they ask you to do the very, very specific behaviors. Something like that is going to be hard to spot. Yeah, 'cause I don't see any that are sleeping currently. All right. Hopefully I didn't overdo it here. I think we might be able to get...
Asset.
I think we might be able to get all of those in there.
Picking up asset.
Struthy died of old age. Oh, wait. This trike is sleeping. Hurry up. Hurry up. There we go. Got
On
it.
this mission, you did a proper job, and we all noticed.
Transportation underway.
Yeah, it's going to be iffy. I mean, they're kind of close
Asset
on their
has been
area.
collected.
But they have plenty of open space and all that, so I'm hoping that it doesn't create issues. I mean, if it does, we'll just start taking them out and selling them until we have
Asset
enough space.
transportation underway.
And I'm surprised that we're not at the 3.5 yet. Because we should have really jumped up our appeal by putting these things out. Need more hotels? I don't believe I do. Yeah, our accommodation rating's at
Asset has
100.
been collected.
Alright, so that one's fine.
Delivery complete.
Okay, so number 7 is the area is too small.
Asset has been transported.
So I was right in my initial assessment that it was going to be 6 of them was going to be the max. So I put 2 too many in here. Now I could see about maybe making the enclosure slightly bigger. I mean, this is really pushing it to the limits here, but guess every little bit helps. really just finessing out as much as I can. What is sick here? Oh, this has rabies. Let's get that researched. Yeah, we're not going to be able to squeak out enough, so so 7, and then we need number 8, wherever number 8 went. There. So that's fine. We'll sell those 2. Because they don't have enough area. Their area isn't enough, and so if you don't have enough area, they're going to be more prone to disease.
Acknowledging asset collection request.
Yep, so that's why I was looking. Yeah, their happiness is at 100%, but it shows that they don't have enough area, so... Oh, of course. More storms. Right when I was about to hit 3.5 stars. So, improve your park's profits. Should happen on its own.
No one believed in my research at first. Until we had viable embryos and living dinosaurs. Then, suddenly, everyone is looking to turn a profit off the science. My science. So you can understand why I share information so cautiously. Like this latest objective. I'd hate to find out my trust in you is misplaced.
So I'm guessing we need a few more
Of course,
Apatosaurus.
I'm interested in the value of paleontology. Before me, the science toiled in relative obscurity. But since I created living dinosaurs, doing the impossible requires a level of excellence you can only retain if you compensate accordingly.
Transit has commenced.
Well, this is a doozy of one. Just breaking everything. Well, something got injured. There we go. This storm just will not end.
Collection.
Well, it says there's something that is severely injured. Oh, wait, there it is. Yeah, I mean that's kind of you kind of have to know what all the dinosaurs need in order to really make it through these things. All right. Got all that taken care of. Oh, we actually got 2 Apatosaurus that time. So now we gotta wait for our
Transporting asset.
stuff to come back. Oh, yep. Fence did break. They can't get out, but thanks for the heads up on that.
Asset has been delivered.
I only have room for the best when it comes to my
So our
team.
profits jump back to where we needed them
The
to
fact
be.
that you're still here should tell you something.
Just waiting on this raptor to be done. Can't make more raptors. Don't have enough room. Yeah, with the intelligence rate, I don't think so.
Asset in transit.
All right, let's see here. And of course. Rest all of our scientists. Oh, there we go. So we got 2 batches of them that allow them to do 2. So we'll end up having 4 more Apatosaurus here in a second. That shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, that fussy trait is annoying. It basically just makes them require more of everything. I need to adjust this. So I took it all the way out here, but this actually isn't working very well. This needs to come like right straight like through here. There. It can eventually go out there, but we need it to come through. We need it to come through here. Because otherwise they can't see these things.
Confirming asset delivery.
Uh-oh. Did I break something? Why is it being silly? Something's broken. Something just broke. I don't know. Oh, it's because this is... Wait, why did that just get deleted? Do you guys see that? For some reason, it just deleted this. Why did this get deleted? Oh, great. Yeah, it just deleted my park tour for some reason. Let's not be doing that.
I'm going to get right to the point. There's another objective available. Get it done.
Yeah, we'll increase the appeal.
A higher park rating improves everything.
Because that's going to automatically go
Strive for
once
excellence.
this tour
Reap
fixes
the
itself.
rewards.
There. Now we got to wait for the tour to go all the way around. That was really weird.
Don't think that because I don't comment on every action, I'm not tracking your performance. If you weren't performing to an acceptable standard, you would know it. I'd make sure of it.
Alright, so cheaper incubation and positive influence. So we got 2 minutes, which is actually going to be like a minute. Thinking collecting a ton of... Before I research the MOSA, the Jurassic World Chaos Theory, so you don't run out. Yeah, I mean, you can. It's not necessary. You can kind of just play through it. You just have to make sure to keep the Indominus happy. Just give it an enclosure that it likes, and then, I mean, it's probably going to end up busting out anyways. You're just going to have to put it back in each time. Hey, welcome back, Sam. Cheaper incubation and positive influence. So there's another 2.5 minutes, and then let's go ahead and release these.
Asset requiring collection.
Samsung. I'm still just calling you Sam, just for short. I get what you're doing. I get what you're going with on that. I guess I could just call you Samsung. Guess it doesn't take that much longer to say the whole thing.